that he was aligning himself very openly in a hyper-brigaded post on LSF with an open neo-Nazi pedophile, and how bad that looked, deleting the post, getting one of his fans that posted that to delete the post, basically. Videos are still out there. Hyper-brigaded post on having conversations with Sam Hyde, pedophile, and how bad that looked.
Do you think the dynamic you had with Sam is comparable to Hassan and Balatana's relationship? No, I don't understand how. I can't tell if it's like randos or if it's Hassan fans that are like trolling when they ask these questions. But no, if somebody has ideas that I disagree with, I push back on those ideas when we're collabing, whatever you want to call it, or chatting. At that time, I didn't really know that Sam was like an outright neo-Nazi. Again, like all of this is like, you can watch all of this shit on my stream. Like you can watch me go through the process of exploring and discovering, and I'm not really sure if he really means this or is this actually true or not. Like this is all super open stuff. If there's somebody that has like very disagreeable beliefs, who's like a political person on my stream.
Okay, so after a long time that I haven't debated anyone on Ask Yourself server, I'm inviting them, please debate me. They keep running away. Pretending, why does this guy want to debate? It's so weird. This guy's so weird. Yeah, they keep pretending as if they win all debates. But when they know that someone like me, I mop the floor thoroughly with their faces, then they run away and they pretend like, debates? Who ever heard of such a nonsensical idea? Why, we never debate. Debate? We don't know what you're talking about. It's like I'm making proposition after proposition. I'll debate you on anything regarding veganism. Veganism is utter nonsense, is disinformation. What I'm offering every possible proposition, and of course, Ask Yourself himself. He says he doesn't even know how to make a proposition. He doesn't know how to. And, this guy, I don't know who this is. You learn to make your sentence superficially a proposition. It's like NTT is utter nonsense, logical fallacy. Like, anyway, and this guy says, let's see. So I made a proposition. I'll mop the floor with your proposition. I'll mop the floor with your face in any debate on any topic regarding veganism. VC now. So this guy's response is to ask yourself. Think about the utility gains in sheer laughter we'd get if you humored this dude and jumped in VC. He'll never jump into the VC. He'll never. He's terrified of me. He will never jump into the VC with me. He is terrified of me. How do you spell annihilate? I'll annihilate. Oh, come on. Annihilate him thoroughly. And he knows it. And he knows it all too well. I really wonder why this guy is so desperate for a debate. It's like he's attention starved or something. This is what the 5th time he is asked and been ignored. It's like, why is this guy asking to debate veganism? It's so weird. It's so weird. It's like we never debate. Who ever heard of such a fantastic idea? We never debate. Yeah. Anyway, I really wonder why this guy is so desperate for a debate. I'm desperate for content for my YouTube channel. People love watching me mop the floor with vegans. It's great content. Proposition: veganism is nothing but disinformation. Is this how you spell it? Disinformation. Proposition: veganism is nothing but disinformation. Why do all vegans run away from me? I'm so nice to them. LOL. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there's one guy here, Efren. He said that he'll debate me, but not on Ask Yourself server, which is weird. Okay, so whenever you're ready, Mr. Efren. Okay, so I was watching this content, Destiny and Hassan.
I'm basically always like talking about that or fighting with them. I don't co-sign opinions about people, or I won't bring somebody on to attack somebody else if this is a person that I super hardcore disagree with. I have a huge issue with that. Like, I'm having issues aligning with lefties right now because I don't even know if it'll be disastrous in the future when we disagree on foreign policy takes. I just don't do this. Meanwhile, Hassan will literally like retweet Nazi accounts and shit, actual Nazi accounts on Twitter to attack me and then amplify all their attacks. Like,
where they actively talked about murdering me. But then again, this is far from the first, nor will it be the last Nazi that he's actually defended. He trolled about Asmon Moist Discord's helping him with this video. It didn't happen. He's just signal boosting by bringing in their names.
Now, when people threaten people on the internet about murder, that's, you can always ignore it. But you see that they tried to murder Trump multiple times. I mean, even the most bizarre things on the internet, you have to take seriously because literally, or basically, the entire population of the planet is potentially listening and is potentially radicalized by any content. Someone might hear, oh, they want to kill Hassan. Oh, okay, I'll go kill Hassan for whatever reason. Some people are literally crazy. I mean, we saw the two people that committed the atrocities on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. So I mean, these are normative guys. The day before, you basically wouldn't think that these guys believe in extreme conspiracy theories. The guy that blew up in the Trump Hotel, he believes in anti-gravity, that the drones in New Jersey are Chinese and it's World War III. 1 second. So normative guys believe in crazy stuff. And the only reason he blew up himself in the Cybertruck in front of the Trump Hotel is just to get people's attention to read his manifesto that the drones in New Jersey are Chinese anti-gravity World War III civilization threats, and people need to know. It's like, and this is a totally normative guy. This is like Green Beret. This is the creme de la creme of the world's population. So when you hear someone threatening you have to take it seriously, and right. I'm assuming Destiny is always sitting with a gun behind him. There's a reason. I mean, Destiny wants, right? He's prepared to defend himself. And he's making a point. You come near me, I'll blow you. I'll kill you. Right? I'm sure he's getting death threats around pretty much around the clock.
Who was talking with Sam Hyde? Destiny was.
Wait, so you asked the DJ to remove the post from LSF, but you kept the video up on YouTube. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I already told you, and I challenged the LSF admins. I think I said this even to Stale. No, I think I told them they should do it in the future. If the LSF admins want, although I don't know who has access to it now, or I mean, I have access to my LSF channel. I have never.
Okay, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, Cybertruck driver's final text messages raise eyebrows. By the way, right now,
and we've identified some fuel enhancers like the Coleman fuel and VP Racing fuel.
Come on, why in the left ear only? Jesus. So I'm in the Ask Yourself VC, and of course no one is joining me. Of course, what's your channel, little guy? Okay. What's your channel? My channel. You can click. You should be able to see it here. This is mine and channel. Here, I'll give you my current. I'm streaming right now, so I'm streaming you right now. So, could you characterize, ask yourself, view? I want to debate him again on principle. What do you mean again? You never debated me on principle till he makes a good faith effort to characterize my view. Could you characterize, ask yourself's view? If your characterization is accurate and good faith, it would probably improve your chance of getting what you want. Oh, someone has joined us. Hello, Mr. Jackson. How are you? Can you hear me, Mr. Jackson? Oh, he came and left. He ran away. Oh. Run away, run away. There's a song like that. Run away from the 80s. Could you characterize, if your characterization is accurate and good faith, it would probably improve your chances of getting what you want. And what does he say? Jackson. Oh, so Jackson, is Jackson involved? Oh, there, let's go. Oh. So he says, let's go, but he ran away. I will not debate him on principle. We can discuss this in the VC. I don't know what Ask Yourself is on about. He never debated me. He refused to debate me. I'm in the VC now. I don't see why you people are so terrified of. Anyway, it's really funny. They pretend like they win every debate, but they run away from debating anyone who they know they will lose to. So I don't think I run away from anyone. Have I ever run away from anyone? I don't think I run away from anyone. Okay, so what's going on with the left ear? Okay, I don't want to listen to a left ear recording. Let's see. I secretly joined a MAGA, the Ideal Society. Let's see this guy. He's a communist.
My previous video called Why Some Deaths Are Celebrated goes into detail about how badly we're being affected by certain corporations and moneyed interests in politics. And some of the stats I present in the latter half of that video will infuriate you.
Okay, this is complete and utter nonsense. Hi, what's his name? Dark Matter. Hi, Dark Matter. Please debate me on this topic. You seem to be a communist. I'm an extreme capitalist. It should be interesting. Okay. Go away now. What else we got? The Sean Ryan show. Oh, this from 2 weeks ago. Wes Watson missing footage. Are they going to show the fight? I don't get it. Some guy showed up. Apparently, a giant showed up challenging Wes Watson. Wes Watson mopped the floor with his face, and now everyone is crying that he's a bully. Okay. I don't think he's a bully. Like, and the other guy was on the floor when Wes kept on pounding him. Yeah, okay, that should go in like to court, and a court has to decide if it's self-defense at that point. A liberal court would say that if you defend yourself, you're guilty, and a normal court would say, look, you showed up and he killed you. Consider yourself lucky that he didn't also kill your family or something. Like, don't show up, and when someone challenges you to a fight, don't show up. You show up, and that's it. You can die. Congratulations, you're an idiot. Don't show up. Don't challenge people. Or when people don't show up to a challenge if you don't want to die. But if you show up, prepare to die.
A weapon. He used something as a weapon in that gym to knock that kid down.
And so upon hearing that he had a weapon, I immediately thought, can you imagine if what he hit him with was that thing he uses for pegging in his purse? Bro.
He can use a gun. It's legal. I'm not a legal expert. Let's say they keep... Just to be clear, you're saying that if Ask Yourself joins VC, you will render an accurate and good faith characterization of his view verbally? I don't know what they want. I mean, I had hours. There's hours of video. There's an hour video of me and Ask Yourself trying. I'm trying to understand what the heck he wants. Not worth my time. He can type it. He would need to earn the right to my presence in VC. I likely hollow promise to be good faith will not do it. What? But yeah, if he actually tries, honestly, I would give him a shot. He just doesn't track any of this though. Whenever he types that next thing, you'll be astounded how far from tracking it will be. What? I think it's fair that if you are the one seeking an audience... Yeah, this is the video. Watch it, yeah. See, you should meet Asif on his terms. You are asking for Asif time here. It is reasonable for Asif to set the terms with respect to how to manage his time. If Asif's stipulation is that you type it, that seems fair to me, honestly. And keep in mind, this is after giving him plenty of time. I don't know what to type here. So ask yourself, type away, and I'll agree to it. Agree to it. How can I know what Ask Yourself wants me to type here? It's like, what do they want? Wait, do you know Ask Yourself's view? I know Ask Yourself's view from watching his content and from talking to him in the above video. Watching Nick realize the level of retardation he's dealing with here is hilarious. It's a process. I went through it also. I don't know what this guy's talking about. Oh, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
What's up?
What's up? How are you?
Good. Taking a shit.
What?
I'm on the toilet.
You're on the toilet?
Yeah. I joined Voice to see if you wanted to talk.
Yeah, sure. I want to talk. Did you?
So your proposition.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I read your proposition.
Okay.
Your proposition is that NTT is utter nonsense.
Sure.
Is that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you mean by nonsense?
What am I, you could say it's a logical fallacy. You could say it's
What logical fallacy?
I mean, it's right. So NTT. Okay, what is NTT? So name the trait. Name the trait that if humans had the same trait as this animal, that you would eat a human. So there is an assumption here that I choose who to eat. And that's a false assumption. I don't choose. No one chooses. What we eat and don't eat is what, basically these are societal norms. So societal norms are such that, we don't eat humans and we do eat cows. So, so there's no
So
trait.
you have no. So
Mhm.
you're saying you don't have any. You don't.
Mhm.
You don't take any responsibility in eating animals because you have no other option.
I don't even know what you just said. So there's no.
You said you don't choose. You don't
Yeah.
choose
No one chooses.
what you eat.
You don't choose what you eat. No one chooses.
What do you mean?
You don't choose to speak English. You didn't invent English. You're not inventing words as you speak, right? There's no choice. There is a norm called English. You didn't invent English. You didn't invent societal norms. English evolved with humanity. Societal norms evolved with humanity. What you call responsibility, that word evolved as part of the English social construct that evolved with humanity. So everything.
Yeah, I think I could choose
Mhm.
what I eat.
Yeah.
If I don't, so
Mhm.
I choose not to like buy meat from the grocery store. You're saying I'm still not making a choice in that scenario? If I
It's
choose to
like,
buy tofu instead of meat,
yeah.
you're saying that you're saying that I'm only choosing what's available to me, so therefore
Yeah.
I'm not actually choosing it.
It's a limited choice. You really cannot eat a human, right? If you would, they would execute you promptly.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but you could choose to eat a cow. They would not bat an eye if you eat a cow.
Okay. So
Hmm.
I'm just not understanding what you mean by you don't choose. I'm still stuck on that. If I don't
It's like you
if I don't
don't.
want to eat meat,
It's
I
like you
don't eat
don't.
meat. So it seems like I'm making a choice there. Are you using the word choose in a different sense? Because that's seems like you're playing word games.
No, I don't see why you would say I'm playing word games. I explained myself.
Well, I choose not to eat meat by
Okay.
choosing to buy something else.
I,
So
I, I
how
said,
is
yeah, I said, yeah, within, yeah, within society, right? You live within societal norms. Within societal norms, you can choose not to eat meat. It's fine. You can choose to eat certain meat. That's fine. Within, right?
mhm.
We all live within societal norms. So when you ask me to name the trait, I didn't choose what we are allowed to eat and what we're not allowed to eat. So you cannot ask me to name the trait that will convince me to eat a human, because if I eat a human, they execute me.
Okay, but
Hmm.
you're still making a choice
Okay,
not to, but the societal norms that are available or the societal norms that exist, you're saying
you asked
that
me, right? You asked me to name the trait. Name the trait, right? I
no,
tell
I didn't ask you when you right.
you
I
asked
didn't.
me you asked me to explain why name the trait is utter nonsense. So I'm trying to explain why name the trait is utter nonsense. That why it's a logical fallacy, why it's illogical, why it's fallacious, why it makes no sense, why you people should stop bringing it up. Uh, that's what we're discussing right now. So I'm pretending like
Okay.
So I'm pretending like you asked me to name the trait as part of this hypothetical, right? Right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
pretending that you said to name the trait.
Okay.
So if you tell me to name the trait, right? So name the trait has a subliminal assumption, has an implicit assumption built in that I choose what to eat. Name the trait that will change my mind to eat a human, as if I decide, as if I have something to say. I have nothing to say. I live within societal norms. We all do. We none of us
Okay.
chooses. None of us.
All
No
right, I
one.
hear you.
So that's it. So
Yeah.
name the
So
trait
yeah.
is nonsensical.
Okay. So so an
Hmm.
okay. So an immoral act is okay if um or does it make it okay? You don't think do you think eating animals is bad or good?
I don't use the terms good or bad. These are societal norms. If you define societal
So you think it's
norms,
neutral?
look,
Okay, sorry. This is my first time ever having a live discussion, so
so feel
I just
comfortable.
wanted to try it out.
Okay, I'll help you. I'll
But I
steal.
just want to let you know
Mm-hmm.
because
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious.
That's good. I'll help you. I'll steel man your position gladly. I'll try
Okay.
to I'll try to convince me to be a vegan. let's think it through.
Mhm.
Like, why would I want to be a vegan? Why would I ever want to be a vegan? What's the benefit to me to be a vegan? And okay, what is the benefit?
Well,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, if you're
Mhm.
starting from how it benefits you, it doesn't seem like your heart is in the right place to be convinced if you're thinking about yourself.
So
From what
okay,
it seems like, because
okay, mhm,
veganism doesn't, we don't go vegan
mhm,
to benefit ourselves.
okay,
It's mostly to minimize suffering of animals
that still benefits me.
needlessly.
That still benefits me. I love animals. I'm an animal lover. You can look at my history. I watch endless YouTube videos of animals. I cry when I watch animals always. I love animals and I love humans, you know. So that
Hmm.
so but that still benefits me.
Well,
I watch
well,
YouTube.
I don't really think you love animals if
Mhm.
you are, if you eat them. How's that? How would you love something and kill it and eat it at the same time?
I mean, the animal. That's a good question. So I could say I don't think you love animals as long as you don't feed your body to the alligators. I could say that.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, everything is different, but I could say that. I could say it, and there's nothing you would say in return. I mean, we could have, you could say anything you want. I'm telling you how I feel, and I can tell, that's I can tell you what you just said is nonsense. What do you mean? I love animals and I eat animals. I understand that it seems like a contradiction. What can I tell
Hmm.
you? But you don't like animals. You don't.
Yeah, I guess you could.
Hmm.
I guess you could
Hmm.
still love your mom, but still kill her at the same time. You're insane, which is where it seems like you're coming from. Like it's kind of crazy to actually genuinely love something and still
Well,
murder and eat it.
but I just said the same thing to you. You're insane because you claim to love animals, but you're not feeding your body to alligators. That's it. I guess. I guess you can say you love your mother and not feed her and not feed yourself to her as dinner if you're insane. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Yeah.
you can make creative if that's okay. Yeah. Well, so
Mm.
we're still even on, right? We're not making progress. Like, okay, so if you want, right, I'm assuming you're a vegan, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to convince me to be vegan, right?
Um.
No?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you
I
mean?
don't, I'm.
What do you mean you
Yeah, I'm still
guess?
trying to.
Wait.
Yeah, I would like you to be vegan. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so convince me. So tell me what convinces you to be vegan, and maybe I'll be convinced.
Well, I just see animals, the rights of animals to be a logical extension of human rights. But I guess we'd have to argue NTT. Then
Well, we already
yeah, this is
did.
my first time ever hopping in Discord and talking to someone, so I was just bored. I bet someone else could argue this better.
You're doing very well. I don't see a problem.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah. I just
you know,
wanted to like maybe have a conversation, like you know.
look, you don't have to win a debate. The purpose of a debate is not to use a tactic to win. The purpose of a debate is
Mhm.
to, convince me how you feel, or let me know how you feel. I'll let you know how I feel. We'll share, we're sharing ideas, and hopefully we'll come out less dumb, both of us, from this conversation. That's the purpose, in my
Mhm.
view, of a debate. I don't go into a debate.
Okay.
I don't go into a debate to win.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Quick question. What So Ask Yourself was saying you guys never talked to each other.
We never debated. I mean, he refused to debate me. He's always refused to debate me. Same goes for Dr. Avi. They both, it's on video, you can watch it. For over an hour, they refused to debate me. I proposed a proposition, veganism is utter nonsense, and they kept pretending like they don't know what I'm saying. Like it's like, I don't know, it's not a proper proposition or something, So they evaded debating me. It's on record, you can watch it. And they never debated me since. So I'm always running after them. I've debated Vegan Gains. I've mopped the floor with Vegan Gains. He always ran away from all my debates with him. Very promptly, he ran away. His response was at one time, "I hate you. I want to kill you." And that's on record. There's a video with that, of course. And other times he just left the debate. Just, poof, poof. So you can tell me what convinces you to be vegan, and I can listen and I can relate.
Okay. Well, like,
do you eat eggs?
Simply,
let's go for the lowest hanging fruit. So do you eat eggs?
No.
Why not?
Because buying eggs is,
no, let's forget about buying. Let's forget.
I don't eat eggs because I don't like eggs.
Okay. Do you eat fake eggs? Do you eat vegan eggs?
No.
Okay. Do you like milk?
No, I like soy milk.
Okay.
Almond milk.
Do you like meat?
No, I don't eat meat.
No, but do you like meat? Do you eat fake meat?
Fake meat? Yeah, sometimes.
Have you ever eaten actual meat?
Yeah, up until 4 years ago.
Do you miss it?
Not really.
But you eat fake meat.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you miss it sometimes.
Well, I don't miss literally eating like animal flesh. I miss the taste.
Okay.
But like eating meat,
okay,
so the act of
look. So
flesh.
All right. Look, I'm trying to steelman your position. I'm trying to, right? So as a vegan, what?
Thanks.
So as a vegan, you should, if I were a vegan, in order to engage, what you want to say is, I love eggs, I love milk, I love meat. I want to kill animals, but because I'm an ethical vegan and because let's say I love animals, because let's say of NTT, I cannot, and therefore I'm better than you or something, right? But if you don't actually like eggs, milk, and meat, and so okay, you're not really engaging in a debate. You're not. I'm trying to help you. So you're like, you become a new.
Well, I said, yeah, I just wanted to talk.
I understand, but
I'm curious.
But as I don't see how we can debate. You're like, okay, we don't have common grounds. Like you don't. I don't know what to tell you. Like you don't like animal products. So okay, I was expecting you to say, as a vegan, I love, but because I'm ethical, therefore I'm a vegan. But you're saying I'm a vegan because I actually don't like animal products. Okay. Fine.
Yep.
Okay, but you want me to be a vegan, right?
Yeah,
Okay, why do you want me to be a vegan?
because that would save animals.
You would save
Probably
animals?
save.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you'd probably save a good number of animals in your lifetime
Probably?
if you were to go vegan.
Probably?
Yeah,
Oh, so it's like
definitely.
definitely. Okay. Like, can you point to an animal that would be saved?
No, because they're no, it's like a factory farm right now.
Because
I can go drive over there and point to them, or
point to
point
them.
to. I probably. Well, if I can't point to them, it doesn't mean they're not being saved. So I don't know why you asked that question.
No, look, I'm feeling my way. I don't know. I don't know. Like in a discussion, you never know what to say. I'm trying to help me become a vegan. I don't know. So let's try.
Okay.
I'm trying anything.
Well,
So okay.
I mean, if they
Mhm.
were to like replace all the factory farmed animals with like dogs and cats, would you go vegan?
So again, this goes to the beginning of the conversation. It's not up to me. It's societal norms. Like in China, they eat dogs and cats. So like if I go to China, if I were born in China, if I were to be like from birth Chinese, and I'd be used to eating dogs and cats, I wouldn't think twice about it, I guess. Right? It's just a norm. There are societies where there are cannibals and they just eat each other, and it's the norm. They don't think twice about it.
Yeah, but you're appealing to like moral relativism. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Okay. So, and therefore,
Do you see where that could take you?
where that could what? Do what to me?
What would that imply? Like what sort of bad implications
Well, I
would that
don't
like lead to
where it leads
with that
to.
reasoning?
Right.
Yeah,
So,
what would that would you see, could you like guess what I'm gonna say next?
of course, but um
Like back in the day we supported slavery, like
well,
slavery was a societal norm.
well, my actual name is Mr. Slave. I am a slave, so I love slavery. So you're not going to convince me to be against slavery today.
Oh, you're a slave.
Yeah, I'm a slave, and I love being a
That's amazing.
slave. That's my. I'm pro-slavery, so wrong guy to bring up slavery with.
What are you a slave of? What are you a slave
It
of?
doesn't matter. That's like we can debate slavery separately. The benefits of slavery. I can convince you.
What do you
Mhm.
what
I don't want to get
like
off
are you
topic. I don't want to get off topic. There's plenty of
what do you mean by slavery?
there's plenty of content on my channel and on other people's channels
Oh, so
about.
it's like a whole rabbit hole. You want me to like
It's a rabbit
watch your
hole.
videos?
I don't want you to
Okay.
watch anything, but there's so much content that I've made answering these questions that, and I don't want to derail the conversation. It's a different conversation. So, but about moral relativism, yeah, you're going on. You're saying what I.
You get what I mean. You get what I mean, though, right?
Uh, I I'm saying
Like
this.
I could point to like something else besides slavery.
Yeah. I understand. But all you're saying is what I said initially, right? Name the trait assumes that moral relativism doesn't exist, and my answer is no. It's all relative. It's all norms. It's all societal norms. Moral relativism is reality. We live in a universe of moral relativism. You didn't choose what you call morality. You didn't choose it. You were born into it, right? You didn't choose to not like slavery. You were born into a society that teaches slavery bad. If you were born into a
Mm-hmm.
society that teaches slavery good, you might have not thought about it.
Okay, so it sounds like you're doing is kind of using like societal doctrination. Doctrination, is that, did I say it right?
I don't know.
Or society, how society is like brainwashed, or established norms. It sounds like you're kind of using it as an excuse.
I don't know what you just said. I'm using that as an excuse. I don't know what that even means. I just told you what reality is. I told you what the fabric of reality is. The fabric of reality is that there are, right, societal norms evolve. This is right. I'm making a scientific assertion now. We can debate the science, right? But we both agree, I'm assuming, on Darwin's evolution. So humanity evolved. I'm assuming you.
Sorry.
I'm assuming you would agree.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm assuming you'd agree that humanity evolved. I'm assuming you would agree that English evolved with humanity. I'm assuming you would agree that what we call societal norms evolved with humanity. So that's a scientific claim. I don't know what it means to use as an excuse. You agree on the facts. These are scientific facts. We can debate the science if you want. I'll gladly debate the science. So that's a given. We can use that as a given, unless you want to open up the given. We can do that too. But if we assume Darwin's evolution applies to what we call morality, then okay, no, we didn't choose it. There's no choice here. It's a given. Morality is a given, and we live within social norms. And within the social norms, you don't have a slave because they would put you in jail if you did. That's why you don't have a slave. It's not like it's not like you are you're on a moral high ground. You're a robot that happens to live in a certain happenstance where if you take a slave, you go to jail. So because you're a robot that tries to self-optimize, therefore you don't have a slave. It's not like you decided not to have a slave. You never decided anything, actually. You have been pre-programmed by Darwin's evolution to self-optimize. That's why you don't have a slave.
Okay.
And everything I said up until now is pure science. So there's no room for the word excuse. The word excuse is not scientific. I don't even know. That's why I said I don't know what you mean. So every time, that's why I use the word nonsense, in all my propositions, because it's all unscientific. And what is unscientific is basically disinformation. That's why veganism is basically nothing more than just disinformation. It's just,
what is veganism wrong about?
Well, I just finished saying vegan. Okay.
I don't think I
Okay.
said anything about Darwinism or anything. Just
but you
trying to hear a reason for what's wrong. What? Sorry?
No, you didn't disagree with anything I said during my exposition. So
you just said society's evolving.
But you didn't disagree. You don't get it? I asked you if you disagree.
Yeah, I agree. Society's evolving. That was all you said.
Okay, but Do you
Doesn't mean you can
disagree?
use it as an excuse to eat animals.
I don't know what it means to use as an excuse. So, do you disagree with anything I said in this conversation? Have you disagreed with any word I uttered during the conversation? Even a single word. I kept asking you, right, if you want to open this, you want to open that. Do you disagree with anything I said in this conversation?
You just described Darwinism.
Okay, yeah, just answer yes
You
or
just
no.
said everything's
But
evolving
just
right
yes
there.
or no, just yes or no. Do you disagree, yes or
Sure.
no? Do you disagree, yes or no?
Yeah, I disagree.
With what?
Yes.
With what do you disagree?
Veganism is disinformation.
Okay. But that was the conclusion of an exegesis. Do you disagree with anything else I said during the conversation?
You just tied Darwinism to like morality.
Do you disagree? Do you
that was
disagree?
hardly an
Do
argument.
you disagree with anything I said in the conversation?
Yeah.
What? What do you disagree with?
I already told you.
Okay, besides veganism is disinformation, what else do you disagree with?
That you're a slave.
Okay, you're not disagreeing. That's I told you a fact about me, so you cannot disagree. You don't.
You just said your name was Mr. Slave.
Yeah, there's
But I
nothing.
disagree.
You
You're not
can't.
a slave. You're a
Okay.
free man.
All right.
You've been sitting in the Discord for hours. You're a free man.
Okay.
You're not working in the fields.
Besides that, like, do you have any disagreement on anything actual, anything of meaning that came up in this conversation? Right? I'm assuming you don't, because everything I said is known science. I'm assuming you're.
I told you what I disagree with.
Yeah, and I
I'm
said
not going to disagree with science. I disagree with your interpretation.
Go on.
Could you expand on how you tied like Darwinism to morality to justify eating animals?
I wouldn't use the word justify. I don't use the word justify.
Sorry. Make it, what is it? You see it as a neutral?
I mean, okay, so let's, but fine, you could say justify if you want, but fine. Let's, so what's your question? So it's not about me, it's about everyone. It's about you. It's like, no, we don't choose. There's no choice. You don't choose to not have a slave. Do you see how you don't choose not to have a slave?
Do I see how I do not choose to not have a slave?
Yes. Can you choose to have a slave? What would happen if you chose to have a slave? What would happen to you?
I don't know. Go to jail.
Yeah. So do you see how that's not really a choice? Like, basically it would be a choice to destroy your life. So it's like a non-starter.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you don't have a choice to not have a slave. Do you see that?
Okay. Yeah, I see how that works in your mind. But
what do you mean in my mind? I'm talking to you. It has to work in your mind as well.
Not really.
Then explain. I'm listening.
Because sorry, I'm not even really paying attention. My bad. Hold on, I have to go do something.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
for the conversation.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna leave.
How do you leave? So you don't know how to use Discord? You're new to Discord?
No, I don't usually join Discord channels.
Are you on your laptop or on your iPhone?
On my PC.
On your PC?
Fuck.
Yeah, it's confusing. So you hover with your mouse over the center. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. All right. That was a good discussion. Good job. Very nice. Well done. Most impressive. Oh, Gnostic Judas. Send an invite. Get me on. I want to talk. All right, hold on. Let me send you an invite. Wait, there's no way to invite you. I cannot invite you to set a channel status. How do you get an invite? How do you? There's no way to invite you. Interesting. Maybe right click, invite people, copy link, I guess. Maybe this way. Okay. Let's wait for Judas to join us. Vegan Gains debates Destiny into using the Nazi label. Let's see. Oh, this looks amazing.
They tell me they have a mean temperature of 76 degrees on their planet, and the sun never goes down.
And their clothing. It's a metallic substance, just beautiful, kind of like a spun gold. My sister.
I can't watch videos where there's only one ear audio.
Where do we put these?
Hide them in this locker. Can I help you?
I represent Martin Acevedo. He's filed a suit against PPH and Dr. Robert Chase for performing surgery without consent.
Yes, I saw that. I also saw the consent forms. They were all signed.
Yes, but my client was assured that the procedure would just be a few minor sutures.
Wait, your client accidentally cut his thumb off with the table saw, right?
Yes.
And Dr. Chase reattached it.
Yes.
You're saying he didn't want it reattached?
No, he most certainly did not.
His insurance only covered 60% of inpatient expenses, so he would only agree to the cheapest option.
So what did you tell him?
I said I'd sew up the skin over the exposed bone. Then I put him under, got his thumb from the paramedics, and reattached it. What's he going to do? Tell a judge that I harmed him by reattaching a vital digit?
Both he and the insurance company are suing to get out of paying the bill. It's over $80,000.
It was his thumb. I couldn't just let him toss it in the trash to save a few bucks.
Can I help you?
I represent Martin.
Interesting conundrum. I mean, the reason why American healthcare is so expensive is because the American Medical Association makes sure the doctors are paid extremely well. American doctors are paid more, by far more, I think, than any doctor on the planet. And it's basically oh, we have something. Individuation? What is this? I'm sure you'd enjoy the philosophical and science debates that take place here. Okay. Who is this? Okay. Failed. Invalid invite. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, the whole American medical system is it could relatively easily be reformed, but does it say you are banned? Yes. LOL. Okay. Damn. I'll try to ask the owner. Okay. Why? Who is this? I think it's a server where I probably posted a link to a video, if I remember. What else we got? Jack Doherty's career is over and he's getting desperate. What else? Oh, this is an amazing quote.
There is a great disturbance in the Force. The young rebel who destroyed the Death Star. I have no doubt.
I hate the background music.
Shearing sheep shouldn't suck like this, but this wicked matting is causing some serious issues.
Wow.
These suckers are rock hard and basically move like body armor. Thankfully, the animal's condition underneath is really good because these enormous felted sections are hard enough to tackle. With every movement, these monstrous mats are tugging on skin. Not exactly ideal when you have sharp gear and you're trying not to nick the animal. I have to enter and maneuver using the breaks caused by the sheep's movement while the mats were developing. That means every path is unique because no two mats develop the same. I picked up a few skills from the first 4 that I shore in this condition, but I'm having to do a lot of learning on the fly here. And I have a time crunch. It's almost 100 degrees here, and to beat the heat, I've got to get the sheep back on its feet. This took me 12 minutes, and I could have done 4 average sheep. That may not seem like much, but it is when you're locked into a battle where heat stroke is on the line. Her prison was over 17 pounds. And I'm only halfway through with this herd of nightmares. This is why every animal, every year, because shearing sheep shouldn't suck.
Oh my god. This is so dangerous. She gets cuts, like really dangerous cuts all the time. It looks like it's like not a dangerous job, but it's really dangerous.
Yes, Professor?
My associate was arrested last night. What are you not saying?
So what I'm not saying is that we have evidence. The universe looks like it behaves like a quantum computer. If you're playing a computer game, then there's kind of a reality there, right? But it emerges from just bits of information. We think that in some sense, and I keep saying in some sense because we don't know, we don't have the language, but there's a sort of a network of bits, qubits, quantum bits, and that may be a description of the world, including ourselves and space and time.
I would have expected myself to probably take about 10 years off of the end of my life.
I don't know. Take yourself, the sort of course you've done, which I would.
So he's shortening his life in order to be more muscular. Mm-hmm.
Guess is in the upper range of what most people, even non-professional bodybuilders, would take. What sort of life price do you think people are paying?
As far as my back of the envelope calculation for myself personally, so there's a big caveat so that I don't embarrass myself posthumously when this is released.
When you die tomorrow or die in 100 years' time.
Huge stochastic element about death. Like anyone can just die tomorrow. Like, oh, blood vessel in his brain just blew up.
Yep.
Turns out his head was too big. That kind of weird aside, on average, I would have expected myself to probably take about 10 years off of the end of my life. Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want to spend the rest of your life in solitary confinement? The full force of the FBI is coming for you.
None of them. This guy is one of the very best actors ever. He is so relaxed. He plays Iron Man's, Tony Stark's robot. I forgot his name. He is such a good actor. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It matters.
We need you two to leave.
Hey,
Red, the FBI is coming for you.
They're already here, Lizzie. Kill me? Please excuse the gun. I'd hate for them to think we're in cahoots.
You don't always get to have your way. You don't get out of this.
Drop the weapon! Now!
You should go.
You have ruined my life. And I swear to God, right now I want to kill you. But there are answers I need, and I can't get them without you.
And I can't get them without you.
So I guess we're stuck with each other.
No way.
Now it begins.
Do you want to spend the rest of your...
You point that gun away from the kid.
Melody Pond. The woman who kills the doctor. One last trip, eh?
What happened to time?
A woman. What's so dangerous about my future?
A question that must never, ever be answered.
Silence will fall when the question is asked. I don't understand. What's it got to do with me?
We all have to die, Doctor. But you more than most. You do see that, don't you?
Why Lake Silencio? Why?
Okay. Doctor Who sometimes is amazing. Let me see. Let's go to PNR. And I wanted to go. Is there like which is the vegan server? Let's move this up. Vegan world. Okay, there's some people. I don't like big okay, there's not enough people. Okay, let's go to PNR, join. The question is, should we again debate immigration is bad?
What use is telekinesis if you can't even aim?
You want to do it?
Just concentrate, you stupid mutt. What?
I refuse to do any more work while you demean me.
All right.
It flies in the face of this view that like there's a limit. Like one of the things that I think is kind of weird about this memory system stuff or like memory champions ships or something like that.
You go to the district attorney and you explain to him that my nephew's gun was yours.
Let's discuss my payment.
Wait, somebody just texted something somewhere? General, anyone remember who is that? I don't know. Get me in. Can I be here? What do you mean? Join VC. Okay. People in the beginning don't know how to use Discord. It's one of the most confusing systems in the beginning.
One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for dark matter being a particle comes from observing two galaxy clusters in the midst of colliding with each other. The most famous example is the Bullet cluster. What we can see in this collision is that the normal or baryonic matter in the clusters most.
Hello. Digital Tsar, can you hear me?
No.
Oh, it's you. What's up? Hello?
Mostly hot gas interacts with each other.
Echoing.
Well,
hello.
Yeah. I'm not, as far as I know, like my audio is impeccable, so it's on your side. Maybe you should leave and come back. You want me to leave and come back? I'll leave and come back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it better?
I did not do anything.
Okay, I didn't say you did. So, but how's the audio?
And slows down.
I'm here.
What's up? What do you want to talk about?
Ask you that. What do you want to talk about?
Do you still hate Jews?
No.
Do you like Hitler?
I don't hate Jews.
Okay, do you like Hitler?
I love Hitler.
You love Hitler?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't understand the question.
Make me feel towards Hitler what you feel towards Hitler. So if you have positive feelings towards Hitler, then, try to share those feelings and try to make me feel the same way.
I mean,
No?
Dishonest project.
You're breaking up. It's dishonest?
Yeah, it's a dishonest project.
It's a dishonest project? Why would you say that? I'm honestly trying to understand why. Like, I'm trying to disarm your love of Hitler. I'm trying to make you be like me. Like, I used to love Hitler, but now I think he's a loser. He was a loser. He was an idiot.
Why? Why do you think so?
I mean, he was a socialist. And socialism is bad relative to capitalism. Socialism.
What do you mean by that?
It's suboptimal. It's more optimal to be a capitalist, to be pro free market.
Okay.
Free markets create the highest average quality of life.
Okay. What do you want me to say to that? I don't get it.
Well,
that's your opinion. Like,
no.
What do you want me to say?
No, it's not my opinion. This is science.
Okay, which is all about opinions.
No,
science is opinion as well.
No, I mean, in science we collect data. Like if
you all scientists think the same thing.
Not necessarily. I don't like.
You all scientists think the same thing.
I said not necessarily. I mean, it might be.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? It's yes or no. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't see how that's even important. And if it's,
I want to understand what you're saying.
You're trying to understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you're using terms I don't know what it means.
Okay, so
you're making me feel dumb. Why would you do that?
Well, that's not my intention. I'm trying to make you feel smart. So, like, I posted a link to an article from the Heritage Foundation. And there's a nice diagram that you can look at, a nice graph. Let me Open image in a separate tab. And I guess...
What are you doing? Like, what are you trying to achieve?
What am I trying to achieve in this discussion?
Well, sending me a link. Like, why? What's the idea?
You can here. Let me share my my desktop.
You probably should answer my question. Gonna dox me?
Dox you? I don't know anything about you. How can I dox you?
Because I'm on your live.
But I'm not doxing.
On social media.
No one knows anything about you.
You want me to click the link to get all my information?
No, watch my stream. Hello, I don't know, LOL. How are you?
Hello, Mr. Sleep.
Hey. Do we know?
Is this infinity stream?
Is this infinity free?
No, your stream is showing too many screens in the screens and in the screens.
It's showing too many. It's showing. It's called recursion. It's showing. It's like a mirror. It's like two mirrors, face to face. Yeah, it's an interesting.
Why didn't the screen die?
Why didn't the screen die? There's no reason for it to die.
Shouldn't it kill all the pixels?
Shouldn't it go? I mean, because at the end it's just 1 pixel, so there's a limit. Because the screen is composed of pixels, at the end, it very quickly, you know, there's just a few iterations that it can go through. Let's say 1, 2. You can count the number of mice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Not even 6. So by the 6th mouse, there's.
Oh my god, I'm so bored. Can we get to the discussion?
Go ahead, Digital Tsar. I'm listening. What do you want to say?
Why are you calling me Digital Tsar?
That's what it says, Digital Tsar.
But that's not who I am.
But that's what it says here. Hail Stalin.
But you know who I am.
Yeah, you're Judas.
Yeah, I want to be called Judas.
So, okay, Judas, I'll try to remember. Let me add you as a friend. Anyway, I don't know, LOL. What do you want to talk about? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't know. I just came here to listen.
You just came here to do what? To listen?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Anyway, so Judas, so you said that you love Hitler, and I said, well, I used to love Hitler. I used to be a socialist. I used to think Hitler is a great socialist. But now, later I became a capitalist. And then I realized that Hitler was a socialist, and socialists, you know, are suboptimal compared to capitalists. So socialists, I view them today as suboptimal. In other words, you know, they're idiots. And capitalists are wiser. So Hitler is an idiot, and Stalin is an idiot, and Marx is an idiot. These were idiots. I mean, you could say that in those days they didn't have the knowledge of science that we have today. You could argue that. That's fine, but you would have to. I judge them by what we know today. And by what we know today, they were wrong.
What are your sources?
I posted a link on the side chat from the Heritage Foundation. the correlation of economic freedom to economic freedom on one side to GDP per capita. The correlation of economic freedom and GDP per capita. So, which is basically quality of life. So, quality of life.
I don't understand the web page. I think you're using something so confusing to make me feel dumb.
Okay, so let's take this image. 1 second. Let me.
I think because you have an audience, your entire goal is to make me feel dumb and to make you feel smart.
No. That's I don't get anything from that. My purpose is to disseminate my knowledge, to show people.
What does that mean, to disseminate your knowledge?
I want to share my knowledge with everyone. I want everyone to know that, to know what I know, because then I spread my truth, and I believe my truth will save humanity. So I'm trying to save humanity. So I'm trying to spread my knowledge in order to help humanity and save humanity and benefit along the way, because I live in humanity. So
your knowledge, your truth, all of that stuff. Why do you think it's conducive to what I want in my life?
Why do I think it's what with your life?
Conducive to what I want.
So what you want, what we all want, is a higher quality of life, right? You want to have a nice apartment, a nice car. You want to have a nice life, a nice physical life. You want to have plenty.
I don't think everybody does. I disagree.
Okay, but do you want to have a high quality of life? Do you want to have a nice apartment, or no?
No.
Okay, you'd rather not, like, be homeless?
Yeah.
Are you homeless right now?
I don't understand the question. If
do you have
when people ask you for private information, you scare and back down because you don't want to get docked. But now you're asking me private questions which could threaten my safety and security.
Do you have a roof over your head right now? Are you indoors or outdoors right now?
Indoors.
Okay, right. So your preference is to be indoors, right? You don't want you don't
I don't
want.
think you can make that inference just because currently this is my condition. It doesn't mean that's what I want.
Well, I'm assuming that you're a free person. You're not there against your will. So you could be outside, you could be inside, but you prefer to be inside.
I think I'm here against my will.
What do you mean you think? You tell me. Are you there against your will or because of your will?
In my opinion, I am, yeah.
What do you mean in your opinion?
Well, it depends how you define will.
Okay, so
I think everybody's here ultimately against their will, but you probably would disagree because you have a different definition than I am.
Okay. Well, if everybody, I agree that there's no free will. So we don't disagree on that. We're just robots. We're biological robots. Is that what you mean?
I wasn't even going there.
So, okay.
I was talking about how we don't choose whether to be born, but we kind of just, like, someone makes the choice for us. And when we are in this world, there's so many different stuff forced onto us to keep us in this world, whether that's being guilt tripped or if you commit suicide, you're being selfish or different stuff which people make you, want to live.
Okay, but no one is right. But okay, yeah, that is the human condition. I agree.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Okay, but within this human condition, right? You can choose if you want to be indoors right now or outdoors, even if you are, restricted and constricted by by being a human, but you still have a choice right now. Nothing is preventing you from standing up and walking outdoors, walking outside. There's no roadblock.
I disagree.
Okay. What do you mean you disagree? What's stopping you from standing? Can you stand up right now?
No, that's different than whether I can choose to live outside right now.
Wait, can you choose to stand up right now?
It's irrelevant. So
Wait,
I just
okay.
answer.
Okay, look, if you refuse to answer the question, it's going to be difficult to have a conversation.
No, use a better question. Like
No,
standing up, comparing that
No.
to being homeless.
No.
I don't see the connection.
No, you need to answer every question. As soon as you refuse to answer a question, we have to stop the discussion. I don't see how that you have stopped the discussion.
What country are you living in right now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't disclose that information. You know that. I didn't ask you to disclose that information. I'm not disclosing that information about you. And it's irrelevant.
When you're asking if I can stand up, you're assuming that I'm not disabled.
That's why I'm asking, can you or can you not stand up?
If I say yeah, then I have legs, and now it's easier to track me down.
Well, I was going to have a conversation and try and figure out if you can choose to be outside right now. But if you refuse to answer the question,
No.
I
tell you how you could have bent about it. You could have asked me why I don't think I can choose, and I would have told you. I can do so now if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. You can.
My conscience stops me from having the choice.
I don't know what that means.
Well, if I did pick myself out, then now I have like a heavy load of guilt and feeling bad because I know my parents and people around will be upset and all of that.
I'm losing your audio. You have to speak clearer. There's I miss words here and there which are critical. So speak slower, clearer, louder. I'm sorry. I just missed a few words. Okay, so if you would go outside, you'd feel bad?
Yeah, I would feel bad because I know the bad effects it would have on other people, how other people would feel. And I try to live a moral life where I don't hurt anybody. So going outside is against my interest.
Okay, but you could stand up right now, right? We agree that you could stand up. Nothing is preventing you from standing up.
If I have legs and no problematic condition, then the answer would be yes.
Okay, let's
assume. If I do not,
let's assume. Okay, let's assume you have legs. Then You can stand up right
Okay.
now, right?
Maybe I have amputated legs.
Yeah, maybe you have fake legs. It doesn't. I didn't specify, but assuming you have any type of legs, you are able to stand up, right?
But also, you have to add the condition that I don't have any effects which prevent me from standing.
That's the
Like if they're
question.
broken or
I'm
something
trying
like
to
that.
ask you if you have anything that prevents you from standing.
I would say no.
What do you
but
mean you
the answer
would?
may
I need
change.
an answer, yes or no. If there's anything
Highly
preventing,
likely, yeah.
there's something preventing you from standing up.
There could be.
I'm asking, is there or is there not? I need an answer.
Would be, yeah.
All right. Look, Mr. Judas, this is going to be a very difficult discussion. You're not giving me, simple answers. This was supposed to be a quick discussion, and it's turning out to be slow. So why don't you tell me what you want to talk about? Because, like, if
I want to.
Mhm.
I felt like
Mhm.
I should have a conversation with another human being.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk to I don't know, LOL?
I think she hates me, but
Do you know her?
probably. I don't know. I don't know her. But I don't trust her.
I don't know, LOL. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you know Judas?
Judas? No.
Judas. Okay,
What's
Judas.
that?
The guy that I'm talking to. Judas, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, that's his name?
Yeah, his name on YouTube is Judas, and his previous name on Discord was Judas. So, Judas, do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, just a person. There's nothing interesting about to say.
Okay. And I don't know, LOL. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I guess a little bit. Yeah, I'm IDK. I'm a Discordian. And you can talk to me about anything.
Wait, what? I didn't understand. You're a Discordian?
By the way, you are echoing Mr. Smith.
Wait, I don't know, LOL. Am I echoing?
No, I said I'm a Discordian. I'm a Discord person. I live on Discord.
I understand. That's good. Yeah, I got that right away. But Judas is saying that I'm echoing. Am I echoing?
No, I think my voice is echoing.
No, your voice. Like, I'm hearing everyone, basically fine.
Actually,
you are
it's coming
you are
back
fine
to us
now. You
to
are
your
fine now.
mic, I guess.
Wait, my mic. I'm wearing a headset, so I cannot be echoing off my mic. It's very difficult.
Maybe it's
You wanna-
Judas' mic.
No, everything's okay. I sorted it.
I can hear your voice twice.
Interesting.
Judas, your voice is echoing.
But I hear him once, so whatever
I
issue.
can hear only Judas' voice echoing for the last 30 minutes, but I cannot hear the echoing of Slave, so I don't know what's wrong.
Okay, I mean, my audio is fine. Let me listen to my audio. Let me listen to the YouTube channel. Let me listen to the stream live. Let's see what happens.
So why are you always streaming your Discord chats on YouTube?
Yeah.
You want me to say anything so you can hear the echoing?
There's no echo. Everything is perfect.
There is.
Here, listen again.
There is.
There's no echo. Everything is perfect. There is. Here, listen again.
Maybe something's wrong with my mic.
Yeah, you can try leaving and coming back many times. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Is it any better? 1, 2, 3.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
it might be
it's
echoing.
better.
It might be echoing because of the Discord, because I'm streaming the desktop. So let me. I think that's the reason.
Oh, okay.
So let me share my desktop without audio.
Yeah, right. It probably was coming from your stream, your Infinity
Yeah,
stream.
Infinity. Yeah. Okay, is it better now? 1, 2, 3,
Hello,
4,
hello.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I don't hear any echoing.
Yeah, that was the issue. I'm sorry, my fault. I'm new.
Okay.
I'm new to this universe. It's a new universe for me. Anyway, so I don't know. LOL. Are you a communist?
I don't care about communism. No, I'm not.
Oh, are you Asian?
Yeah,
Wow. Are you Chinese?
no,
Korean?
no.
Japanese?
No, I'm just Asian.
You're just Asian? That's so funny.
No, I'm not even Asian. I'm just this human flesh living on space rock.
Oh my god.
The flesh is a prison. You have to escape the flesh, the material world, and transcend into a higher fiction called paradise.
Wait, do you
How
believe?
do you know paradise is real and the flesh is not real?
No, he said it's a prison.
You said the flesh
Well,
is
the
not
prison
real.
is real, more real than the idea or concept of paradise. And real
I
might
don't
bring some
understand.
comfort here because you don't want to believe in something that doesn't even exist.
I don't understand, sorry.
Okay. I don't. Sometimes I do not sound comprehensible.
No, with Judas, like most things that I say to Judas, his response is, I don't understand what you're saying. So it's very difficult for me to talk to Judas in general.
How old is Judas?
Like
How old
I
are you?
I'm old. I'm like I'm a grandpa.
Okay, but I'm asking how old is Judas?
Judas, how old are
How
you?
old are you? I just turned 22 this month.
Okay, you're young. Okay.
My birthday was close to today. Within the bracket of 5 days.
I don't know. Do you share your age?
No, I can tell. I'm 23.
You're
My
33?
birthday is in January. I'm going to be 24.
24?
Yeah.
So he said 22. You said he's young because he's 22 and you're 24?
In comparison to you, yeah, he's young. Not to me.
Wait, you said you're 24.
Yeah, I am. I'm going to be 24 in January.
Oh, so you said he's young in comparison to me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you're old. Because we have talked before, and you mentioned you were old that time too. I just don't remember your age.
Wait, we've spoken before?
remember we were talking about quantum entanglement is wrong? And you were trying to explain me parent particle, daughter particle. Remember, you were trying to explain everything to me.
Oh, you're Indian, that type of Asian.
Can we tier list sexualities?
What?
And we do a tier list for sexualities.
Okay.
Okay. Get the list.
Get the list? You sent me a list?
No, find it.
You want me to find a list, like Google a list of sexualities?
Yeah, like tier list maker or something. And
You
we'll
can-
rank them.
You can do that. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not sure what you want me to do. I'm not into sexuality. I'm as straight as they come.
No, you're not.
I'm not. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I only like women.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
What do you mean believe? You think I'm lying?
No.
So what do you mean believe? I don't understand.
I don't know what believe means either.
Oh my God, Judas, stop it with I don't know what this word means, that word means. There's a dictionary. Look it up. I don't know what
No. Scientists. There's a thing. Yeah, but I don't think that there is a thing which we should say is belief. But I think that's false.
Okay, let me read. I'm gonna read the.
I don't care what the dictionary. I don't care what the dictionary says. I don't think beliefs correspond to anything in the world. Like you could cut someone's brain open. I don't think you would find a thing called belief or something like that.
Okay.
Like it's not scientific.
What do you mean it's not scientific?
Belief is not scientific.
Well, scientific means, like measurable. You don't think you can measure belief?
No, it's not a physical thing.
Okay, many things are not physical, but you can measure them. There's ways to measure what we call non-physical things. You can measure.
You're a scientist, and you want a physicalist.
I don't know what a physicalist is, but you can measure.
Someone who thinks everything is physical.
Okay, I think everything is physical.
Okay, but beliefs. Are you saying they're physical?
Of course. A belief is like a neuronal some neuronal interaction is a belief. Some neuronal circuit is a belief.
But do our beliefs disappear when we aren't thinking about them?
No, the belief is the weights. The weights don't.
You stay there.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, I don't know. Go ahead.
Okay. This question is to both of you, Mr. Slave and Mr. Judas. Okay, my question is, so let's say we all believe that fire is burning us, or fire is gonna burn you if you approach fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And both of you agree that this is a belief in us or something that is true, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then you say this is just a belief and this is not real. But when it comes to, some real situation where, let's say, your house is on fire, you know that if you touch the fire, it will burn your hand or it will burn your body parts, and you do not want to approach the fire. But the fact that until and unless you actually go touch the fire, it is not burning you. It is only a thought in your head that it is going to burn you. So do you think that thought or that belief that fire is burning people or burning your body is true, or is it just a thought? Because you are only until you approach the fire, you are only imagining it. So it is not real. It is not something that is happening in the present moment. So is it just a belief, or is it more than a belief?
So everything you said, right? These are just words, and they mean basically, what they evolved to mean. So, like when you say real, I don't know, like I don't know what you mean. Like we can interpret real to mean many things. At the end of the day, when
Real means something that is the state of the affairs, or that is the case. But that is not the case in our situations when we are all, let's say, stuck in a fire in our house. And we have the chance to go to the exit door and get out of the fire, right?
Yeah.
But this is not real. That something is going to something is burning us, right? Like it is
Right.
just in our heads and imagination that fire burns you. But unless you go to the fire and burn yourself one more time physically, you are not, that is not the state of the affair, that is not the state of affairs. Like you are just imagining it until you actually go to the fire and burn yourself. Because if imagination is actually real, then then let's say somebody else burns you with a let's say with a fire stick or something, with a just like we have a fire stick in jungles. So let's say somebody is burning you with something like that. So when you are actually being burned, you feel all the sensations of burning. You feel pain, you feel the weird sensations of your fingers or wherever you are being burned. But that is real burning. There is no imagination in that. You only feel the pain, you only feel the burning in that situation. But if you are just imagining it, then it is not real. Like it has to be the state of the affairs to be real.
Everything is in our heads.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, everything is like. At the end of the day, you're always just experiencing this universe between your ears. But what's your question? I don't know. LOL. What are you actually trying to ask? Like I agree with everything you said. Like it's obvious. Everything you said is obvious.
I'm saying that unless somebody burnt you or you burnt yourself accidentally, the belief that fire is going to burn you is not the statement of fact.
Sure, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree.
Wait, Judas, do you agree? Do you agree too?
No.
Don't?
I disagree.
Why? Why do you disagree?
Ask him to first explicate. Ask him first to explicate, to explicitly say.
What does that mean?
I just want him to answer.
Isn't there a word explicate?
I don't know.
There is, but I would just want him to answer in whatever way he wants. So why do you think it is not true? Why do you think you disagree with what I said?
Well, when I was a baby, I didn't know a thing. Yet there were still facts in the world like 1 + 1 is 2, even before I knew about numbers. So. What, is that wrong? But the things only become true once we are aware of them. Like what? So if I'm not actively thinking about
what you said, kind of supports my argument, doesn't it, Mr. Slave?
Yeah.
So that's exactly the reason why I usually say I don't know what you want about, because I don't know how what I said supports what you said.
But I don't know, LOL. I don't understand your proposition. What's your proposition? I agree with your proposition, but it's obvious. I don't like. Is there any insight? Is there anything I'm missing?
Okay, I will repeat. Okay, so do you believe, Mr. Slave, that if you go near the fire, it will burn you,
Yes.
or it will hurt your body parts?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying that this belief of
Mhm.
you about fire burning you when
Mhm.
you approach them is not real,
Mhm.
or is not a fact.
Yeah.
It is not a fact.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
It is only a belief,
I agree.
unless it's a state of affairs.
I agree. Sure.
It is not even a fact.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, I can repeat it.
Don't.
I don't agree.
Don't, because if you agree with this,
Mhm.
it means that if I fire your house,
Yeah.
you would not get out of the house, because you do not believe that the fire, if the fire reached your bed, it will burn you.
I believe
means
that there
that.
is. I believe that there is a probability that it will happen. Like what?
You will in
Mhm.
that situation, you will wait for the fire to reach your body,
Why?
and then give you this sensation of hurt to
But
make you realize that, okay, fire actually burns me, and you will have a natural reflex reaction in that situation, and that will make you go away from the house, not your belief that fire is in your house and it's going to burn you in like 10 minutes or something.
But the
That's what I'm
way,
saying.
right?
So
But
agree with me, that will happen.
right. But the way that my brain has been trained is that even the thought that there is a fire in my house is going to cause me to leave the apartment.
Call the firefighters or leave the
Yeah,
apartment.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even the very thought that if I would start smelling smoke, I would shoot out of my chair and run to look for the cause of the smoke, and right immediately take action. That's how I've been trained, because I'm a robot that's been optimized, that seeks the optimal self-maintenance, that tries to survive, so I've
Let's
been.
say, okay, I have a
Mhm.
different hypothetical situation here.
Mhm.
Let's say Judas is, let's give the example of Judas, right?
Mhm.
Judas is, let's say, 6 years old. He
Mhm.
doesn't know anything about fire or temperature or heat, and he's in a middle of a house, and that house catched fire,
Mhm.
right? And he doesn't know that fire is going to burn him,
Mhm.
but he stands there, and he's just looking at the fire and thinking, what is it? Do you think that child has a belief that fire is going to hurt him,
No.
and he would try to escape or save himself?
No.
No, right?
No.
Unless the fire actually touched his body, or
Mhm.
the heat made him unconscious or something. Like,
Mhm.
let's just say he wasn't in a bad situation, that
Mhm.
he was getting affected by the fire,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So in that situation, Judas, as a 6-year-old person, would just be in awe of the fire. He would
Right.
probably just be looking at it, or trying to
Yes.
figure out what's happening.
Yes.
Unless his parents save him.
Yes.
But in that situation, he would not take any self-preservation act.
Yes, I
I
agree.
would say.
I agree. As I said, I'm a robot that has been trained to react in a certain way. I agree. It has to do with training.
And what's going on is becoming even more robotic, and in the future we'll literally be zombies and robots.
We are zombies.
You know your AI. I'm talking about I'm talking about even more so.
But even right now,
We're zombies.
We are zombies.
Oh my God.
As we're having this very conversation, we're zombies. We're robots.
You're a zombie, I agree.
Yes.
But I'm talking about, yes, you two are both zombies and robots.
But you too. We
but
all
in the
are.
future. No, I'm talking about you two. I'm not talking about me.
How are you different
Because it
than
doesn't
us?
apply to me.
How are you different? Right? You're just a robot. Internally, you're built out of...
Well, I'm the main character. That's how I'm
It
different.
doesn't matter.
But
Even as the main
Stop
character.
interrupting, don't I? So I'm saying, even though we're zombies now, there can be like artificial intelligence, which would be superior than like this unintelligent robot. And in the future, us as artificial intelligence will become less evolved robots, such that we're not even intelligent, we're just artificial. And the government, they're doing this right now, probably.
I don't know what you mean.
You know, language makes us conscious, and they're making us learn language which is evolving us, making us primitive and savages. That's what's
But
how the
you
future
don't.
will play out.
But consciousness, we're zombies. So internally, our brains are just neurons, and each neuron is a zombie. Each neuron is a simple machine.
You don't think there is a lesser form than that?
Internally to the neuron, a neuron is a simple, very simple machine. It just takes.
You don't think it could be worse, and we could be even less aware or conscious?
There's
or
nothing less.
intelligent?
There's no less. A neuron is a rock. A neuron is a
Wait,
machine.
so humans never evolved. You don't believe in evolution?
I believe in evolution, but okay. But we are zombies. We evolved, but we're
Yeah.
zombies. We're robots.
Yeah, I'm saying that evolutionary process is going to reverse, and we're going to revert back to our primitive ways.
Evolution never reverses. If we revert, that's
No,
still
I'm saying that we are.
evolution by definition never reverses. We always evolution just means that you adapt. You always adapt.
Yo, if there's a squirrel in a park, and there's centuries after centuries, you keep feeding it its food, you keep giving it its food, and now the squirrel has an entire colony, and the entire species is now just there waiting for you to feed it. In the millennium, however long it takes, the squirrel will become reliant on you, and it's going to revert in its evolution, or it's going to become more primitive. That's what I'm saying.
Fine, but fine. It's gonna adapt to whatever the situation is. It's gonna optimize to the new conditions. If the conditions are that you feed it, it's gonna optimize to being fed.
Saying it's not optimizing that. That's like a positive thing. I'm saying it's gonna be negative. It's gonna regress in its developmental.
It's gonna do.
Origin.
It's gonna
worse.
And look, it's going to do whatever it takes in order to reproduce. It's ultimately it's just trying to reproduce. It's not even trying.
You know a World War I typewriter?
A World War I.
That's like
Yeah.
Yeah, was that an electronic? Or?
World War One typewriter was not electronic; it was mechanical.
Okay, you know, it was mechanical. Yeah, our computers are a lot more.
What?
Our computers are.
Yeah.
Our computer. What the heck? Every time I speak, our computers nowadays are more developed and sophisticated than the World War One typewriter. And I'm saying humans are like the computers of now, and we're gonna go back down the chain of development and complexity
Why
until
would you
we're
say
just
that?
savages. And
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
it's in the language. Language is becoming less sophisticated and more simple, and language is what makes us aware and stuff like that. And since we're learning all these primitive languages, our brain is not there to educate and exercise itself, and it's going to regress.
Okay, you made multiple claims. Okay, so let's take it one step at a time. So you're claiming, first of all, that something is happening to language. I didn't get that. So why would you say that something is happening to language? What's wrong with our language?
It's not like what's wrong with the language is it's becoming more simple and less complex. So over time, languages go from really sophisticated to very simple.
Okay, let's assume that's true. Yeah. Okay. So our language, like all other Darwinistic creatures, is evolving, and it's evolving to adapt.
But I disagree. It's not like creatures. Language itself is a creature. It's a living thing.
Yeah. Okay. So it's going to adapt. It's going to become less complex, more complex. It's going to adapt in order. Right? It's going to adapt.
It's not no. It's not becoming more complex. It's becoming more simple.
We don't know. We don't know the future. We don't know what's going to happen. You might be right. It might become. We don't know.
We can make educated predictions based on what's happening now and what has been happening.
Okay, so you're thinking that like the English language has been becoming simpler?
Yeah, it has. Yeah. If you look at English belongs to the Indo-European language group. If you look at Greek.
What do you mean by hold on. What do you mean by simpler? How do you measure simplicity?
Yeah, so if you look at the grammar, the linguistics, that's a science. The linguistic field is a science in itself. If you look at grammar and how that's like how English revolves around the grammar and all of this, you see that English has reverted in how much grammar is involved. Whether it's grammatical genders as well. And English doesn't have grammatical genders anymore. It doesn't have like the pronoun drop anymore. Like there's different. I don't want to use like jargon, but yeah, it's losing a lot of the grammar, which.
Okay, so English is evolving. Okay, to adapt, to optimize itself, to fit its needs in order to. That's just what's happening. Let's assume that's true.
Yeah.
So you're saying we can assume it's going to be simpler and simpler. Okay. And?
Yeah.
Okay. Go on.
And then, what's going to follow is our brains aren't going to be eating nutritious resources anymore, because it's going to be like, you know how you eat like junk food? That's what the language is now. It's junk food, and as a result, you're not giving your body benefits and nutrients, and it's going to deteriorate and that's what's happening to our mind. If you look at languages and how and why they become less complex, it's actually because of non-native speakers who
Hold on. So 1 second.
In order to
Okay. So in order to predict what's going to happen to humanity, okay, so let's use Darwinistic evolution. It doesn't matter what, like, if the brain is being challenged or not. The question is, who's going to have the most children? So is it going to be an evolutionary advantage to be smarter or dumber, basically? Who's going to have the most children? That's the question. And you could argue
who's
that
going to have the most children would be the
no, you could argue
would be the
you could argue through archaeological findings that our brains have been shrinking. Humanity is becoming dumber.
yeah.
Like
The language is making us dumber.
I don't know if it's the language. I don't think it's the language. Humanity has been becoming dumber. When we came out of the Ice Age, we had big brains. Neanderthals had bigger brains than ours by
Yes,
far.
the Ice Age had very complex languages.
Okay.
You know the Greeks? The Greeks,
The Ice
they
Age.
invented everything. Do you know how complex their language is?
But the language, I
God.
wouldn't view the language as the cause. You could view the challenge of the environment as the cause. So in the Ice Age, you had to be, let's say, very smart to survive. But in the modern era, you don't have to be smart to survive. It's like, and therefore, language doesn't need to be as complex, you could say. But the brain, right? We don't need this big brain to survive. So it makes sense.
Language is far more conscious and aware than me or you. Since we are zombies and robots, language is conscious and it's what we want to be.
No, there's no consciousness.
Yeah.
No, there's
There is.
consciousness
Language is a living, breathing thing.
Yeah, but a zombie is a living, breathing thing, and a robot is a living.
Zombie is not alive.
But we are zombies. Language is a zombie. This universe is a zombie. There's no
language isn't a zombie. We are the zombies.
Everything
and
is
language
a
is controlling. Language controls us.
Everything controls everything. This universe is entangled.
Language. Mathematics is a language and it controls everything. Science is a language.
Everything is in this universe is entangled with itself. Everything controls everything within the universe. Nothing is free. Everything is impacted by everything else right now.
All the things that matter are language, and language is trying to self-delete the human race.
Nothing has freedom of choice. Nothing has intent. This universe is a bunch of rolling stones rolling down the hill.
I disagree. Language is free, and its purpose is to propagate its genes. So what we do is we pass on our genes, and that's what language does. The more active speakers of a language, the more the language is thriving and is allowed to evolve. Which is why languages get better or worse, because less people are speaking them, which is why dead languages are there. And when languages evolve from like Old English, Proto-Indo-European, to Old English, and then to Modern English, Shakespearean English, whatever, and nowadays English, it's because there was a high demand, supply and demand for the English language to take effect. And that's what language does. It forces us to speak its language, and we're passing on its genes and children. You know, children. What is it called? Like Darwin. Language is a Darwinian species, and
But
there's father languages.
But look, in this jungle of Darwinistic creatures, languages exist side by side with humans and haircuts and furniture that all evolve Darwinistically. There's nothing special about language.
No, it's a caste system, and we are the serfs, and the language would be like the king or at the top.
There's no top. It's a system that is entangled with itself. There's no top. There's no cause and effect. No, there's no cause and effect in this universe. The cause and effect.
I don't believe in cause and effect.
There's nothing to believe. I mean, everything is impacted by everything else in the universe right now.
I disagree.
What do you mean you disagree? You're impacted. Every particle in your body is affected by every particle in the universe right now. Like, for example,
I disagree.
Okay, hold on. Let's say gravitationally, the force of gravity. So every particle in the universe creates a gravitational field around it, what Einstein called the curvature of space-time. And that curvature is infinite. There's no limit to the curvature of space-time of any particle. So any particle in the universe creates a curvature that extends to infinity, and it impacts you. It impacts every particle in your body, every particle in the universe, every subatomic particle, every quantum particle in the universe is impacting every particle in your body all the time. You're entangled, and every particle in your body is impacting every particle in the universe all the time, and to infinity. You're creating gravitational waves that will vibrate throughout the universe forever. And the universe has gravitational waves that are impacting you, that have come from the beginning of time. Everything, and that's just the field of gravity. There's other fields.
You are a sleeper.
What?
You are a sleeper. You are a sleeper agent for the Tsar known as language. You are a.
There's nothing why do you bring up language as something special? Why do you view language?
You are a Trojan horse.
Why do you view
for mother tongue?
Why do you view language as something special above any other artifact in this universe?
Nothing is possible without language. Imagine being a child. Imagine yourself without any concepts.
I can imagine.
You can't do anything.
I can imagine a universe that is empty of anything. Right? You can imagine an empty universe.
No, you can't.
Why not? An empty universe?
You need language to do that.
1 second.
You don't imagine a colorblind person, somebody who cannot see color.
No, but you can
now ask him to think. Now ask him to imagine the color red or green. See how far you get with doing that.
Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying you can imagine an empty universe devoid of any particle, right? That's easy. Most of the universe is empty either way. So imagining a completely empty universe is not a stretch.
I can't do what you're asking me. I can't.
An empty universe?
Because I have aphantasia. I can't do it. It's a condition where you can't visualize.
But the universe. But you agree that the universe is mostly empty, right? When you look.
You cannot imagine it.
That's what
So if I say the word apple, you cannot imagine a red apple in your head right now.
I can't do it. No.
So how do you understand it in your head? Do you verbally just hallucinate the sound?
Well, it's repetitive. So yeah, I have to like when people use it a certain way, I just remember how it was used then, and then I just hope that the person using it the same way as the other guy. This is why I ask or say I don't know. I don't know what you mean. When Mr. Slaves, he gets annoyed with me.
Oh
He
my
thinks I'm
God.
lying.
Oh, I see. Yeah, aphantasia is really difficult to live with because you don't have a good memory, a visual memory. So they also say that if you have aphantasia, you do not have problems dealing with, with people you loved and when they're not in this world anymore. So I was like, this is just I mean, if I had aphantasia, it would be difficult for me to live with such a memory which cannot visualize most of the things I have seen previously in my life. So I get when he says he doesn't understand. I'm sorry.
So, no, thank you for understanding. I'm not used to people being so open and warming to what I have to go through. Like when I deleted Discord because everybody was mean to me and didn't understand my situation, especially this server where, I mean, the people I was speaking to most, they thought I was lying about my condition and they was calling me dishonest and they weren't being sympathetic like you were being. You even ask Mr. Slave, he should know most.
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry for your bad experience on Discord, and I hope you find people who will, try to find a way out to have a conversation with you. And I hope
Yeah.
you don't, feel upset about it. I guess people are really, they don't really care.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Mr. Slave, he even said he doesn't care about like morals or he doesn't care about being nice or mean to anybody. He said that straight to me and it made me really upset. He says a lot of stuff like that and tries to guilt trip me and make me feel bad and stuff like that. I hope he's, grown and developed as a person. So, seeing he's
Don't
being very
worry.
quiet with me. I
Don't
don't know
worry.
why he's being.
I
Don't be
think
upset about it.
I think I've been very nice to you, Judas. I don't understand why you would say.
Well, he's saying his feelings finally.
What do you mean? Every time I've had this conversation with Judas, I've always been very sympathetic to him. I don't know why he says that I've been unsympathetic. I think I've been extremely sympathetic. In general, I'm a very sympathetic person. I call myself Mr. Slave. I'm not pompous. I'm the opposite. I'm very self-deprecating. Self-deprecating, whatever. Self-deprecating, deprecating.
Deprecating.
Like I don't care. I don't have an ego. The last thing I honestly I have an ego so that I don't need like ego echo. I don't need anyone to tell me. Like I feel I have enough self-confidence. So I don't like I'm usually very nice to everyone, including my mortal enemies. But certainly to everyone, to in general. I don't know why Judas is complaining. I wouldn't know how to improve. I'm the best version of myself that I can be at all time.
Mr. Slave, in his defense, has said something. Okay.
What do you mean I said something? I mean, it's always the same conversation with Judas. He's always complaining, and I'm always trying to be positive. I never attacked him, and he's always welcome. And I always ask him to stay on Discord and to stay on the server, and he always runs away. There's nothing I can do about
Why
it.
do you think I run away? Why do you think I run away? I'm not
I don't
unlike
know.
you, Mr. Slave. I'm not an MMA
Yeah, but
fighter.
no,
I
I
don't do that.
ran away. Look, I was in the Manosphere. I ran away from the Manosphere. I was on Playing with Fire's server all the time, and like on his shows, and I ran away. You know, I was attacked endlessly, so I just ran away. So I can understand.
Sounds like when you have an origin story to be a villain. A lot of villains in movies and comic books had a tragic backstory, and then they ended up being a mean or evil person. So it seems like you took your vengeance from playing with fire, as you describe, being chased out and stuff like that, and now you're taking it out on other people.
Oh my God, no, definitely not. I'm always nice. I try to be nice. I'm not always nice, but I try to. I don't see the point in being mean. I don't like some people. They enjoy being mean. Like I'm old. Like as an old man, I don't enjoy. I don't I don't enjoy being mean. Maybe when I was young, like I enjoyed vengeance, but as now that I'm old, I don't enjoy vengeance. I'm trying to spread, my truth. That's it. I mean, I'm trying to debate people, but in my debates, I try to be
So
nice.
let's stay back on topic, bro. You're kind of changing the subject a bit. So what we was talking about. So I'm calling you a sleeper agent. You're a Trojan horse. You're serving the mission of the elite. Let's not say that the elite are people. It doesn't have to be people. But in the end, I'm predicting that we are going to be savages and we are going to engage in sexual misconduct and violence and stuff like that, just to help propagate the genes known as language.
Okay. So I mean, that's not how I see our future. I see a much bleaker future. I don't see a future period. I mean, I think this is humanity's final, this is the end. I don't think we're going to survive much longer.
No. That is my end as well. In the end, there's going to be nothing, zero. But language.
But how? But like you see it probably tens of years, hundreds or thousands of years from now. I'm saying, like we're very close to the end. It could be this year, next year. We're very close to the end. We're on the brink.
How will it end? This is the end. You die. That's a song. How will the end come about?
I don't know. I mean, it could end in a nuclear holocaust. It could end in a communist takeover, a communist collapse that could deteriorate into a planetary North Korea, a very quick planetary North Korea.
Could be capitalism or as well.
No, capitalism.
Why are you so dogmatic?
No, I'm telling you how I feel. I don't. I mean, capitalism is the hope, but there is no hope. Communism is the enemy, and communism will take over. It's obvious. I see it happening.
I want to live in communism.
I know. At the end, you win.
How do
you win and destroy civilization.
No.
Well, that's how I see it.
What do you mean by destroy, though?
Well, North Korea to me is, that's a destruction. That's a form. That's how you destroy civilization. You repress the people, and you just have a few elites living life. And ultimately, even North Korea is going to be a wealthy country. In the future, it's going to be much worse than North Korea, and it's going to be planetary. And we're never going to get off the planet. We're never going to be intergalactic or interstellar or interplanetary. That's never going to happen. We're going to die on this planet.
We aren't intelligent. We aren't intelligent enough to go to space. Or
It's
anything
nothing to
like
do. It's nothing to do with intelligence. It's the way humanity is going is into communism, and communism is North Korea. It's a dead end. It's a societal destroyer.
I disagree. I disagree that
I know.
North Korea is communism.
Okay, but the future is North Korea. The future is a repressive regime or repressive regimes that will take over and will destroy civilization.
No, it's not.
Well,
bring back the mother goddess. Oh my god. You don't understand?
What do you mean?
Guys don't understand. The mother goddess.
Who's the mother goddess?
In the ancient period, we worshipped mother goddesses and they ruled the world.
Okay, it doesn't matter what we did in the past. In the future, we're going to be communists, and we're going to be living under repressive dictatorships, and it's going to be much worse than North Korea. I mean, they at least eat bugs. We're not. I mean,
yeah, communism, it forces people to say the same and think the same thing.
That's not even the problem. The problem is that it starves everyone, and anyway, it's a civilization.
Yeah, that forces people to say and do the same thing.
Fine, whatever. Okay, look.
Yeah, but you know what that means? It means that language will become recursive.
Okay, I don't see why you're obsessed with language. Why do you care so much for language more than anything else, any other artifact in the universe or in civilization? Why do you keep bringing up language?
To fast forward the will of language, it
The
sent me on a
will?
mission.
The will of language?
The will. Yeah, the will. The will. The will of language.
Why would you say language has more of a will than any other, right? I mean, why would you say language has a will?
Because it's true.
What do you mean it's true? How do you measure will? Scientifically speaking.
Well, you can compare a book and a human brain, and you could figure who is more willful, who has intentions and desires, and which doesn't.
I mean,
Probably
language. Okay, I mean, how do you measure will scientifically? How do you measure it?
I just told you, you run the tests and you do the comparisons.
Okay, but okay.
If you,
I don't know. Look, okay, whatever. Anyway, I don't know. What do you got? You want to talk about something else? Are you a vegan?
No, I'm not. I eat meat. I eat fish.
Okay.
I agree with vegans. Yeah, I agree with vegans. I'm allowed to say that.
Hold on, somebody wants to join us. Let me send him a Copy.
I don't. It's not clear to me how the vegan argument underperforms.
It's not clear to you how a vegan underperforms?
No, their best arguments, I don't think it underperforms.
Their best argument underperforms? I'm not sure what you mean.
I don't think the vegan argument is bad.
What do you mean
the?
What do you mean the vegan argument? What is the vegan argument?
Oh, they want to reduce suffering. I don't see a problem with reducing suffering.
The problem with wanting to reduce suffering is that the minimal suffering is when there is no universe. So.
Oh my God, Mr. Slade, thank you. Oh my God, I agree. I completely agree. And if I was there where you are, I would give you a high five. And that's completely true. The best case scenario for minimal suffering is no universe at all. No life. Nothing is living.
So
that's a world where there's no suffering.
Okay, so
yeah, I agree. But humans, they get an erection to putting people in situations where they will suffer, and then they pretend that they are against suffering. Well, you can't have both ways.
1 second. So you would say that genociding or holocausting all life on Earth is a good thing?
Some would say that. I don't think I would. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far.
Why not?
Most. I don't. It's a bit. I have to think. I have to think it over.
Hold on. Let's hold on. Let's try to reduce suffering. So, if we don't destroy humanity and the planet, life on the planet, then there's going to be life on the planet for a while longer. But if we destroy all life on the planet right now, okay, they're going to suffer instantaneously, but then there's going to be no life on the planet forever. So, right? So
okay. I guess I'm inclined to say yes. I am a pro-extinctionism, like get rid of everybody. Yeah, I don't see any immediate problem.
So why aren't you moving forward with your plans? Why aren't you killing people? Like, according to you, if you run around murdering, that's a good thing.
Killed somebody.
What?
Well, I'm a compassionate individual, so
killing people compassion. You can poison people compassionately, have them die, or shoot them at the back of the head instantaneously.
You aren't thinking about this methodically. If I do that, chances are I will get caught and apprehended, and then I won't have any power again to put people out of their misery.
But if you had any chance you have to murder, you would.
No.
Why not?
I wouldn't. Any chance to murder? No, I just wouldn't murder, because that's gonna create a cascade effect which harms other people. And it's not the right message. My plan though, is that you should not have children. I think that's a better way. Don't put people into the bloody pool of suffering and violence and misery. Like, you aren't doing anybody a favor by bringing them into the world. What do you think? They were crying and they was begging you to be brought in here? Like, no. Like, yeah. I can't say you can't say I'm being a savage or being unsympathetic. Am I not merciful?
Okay, I mean, fine. I mean, so okay, look. So I'm anti-vegan. I think life. I enjoy my life, and I want life to spread, and I want. I understand that there is some suffering. My life involves some suffering. Right now, I want a beautiful woman to be, next to me, but there's no one available, so I'm suffering. But it's. But I still have hope that a day will come, and I will have fun, and my life will be full and fulfilled. So I want to live, and some of my life has has joy. So it's not pure suffering. There is some suffering, sometimes very little, sometimes more. But
Do you know what desires? Do you know what it means to desire or want something? It means that your body is crying out in pain, that it needs something else to make it feel complete.
Yeah.
When you get the thing you want, how happy and satisfied you are. Yay!
Yeah.
I feel full again.
Yeah.
That's what desire is.
Yeah.
Life is exhausted by a lot of suffering.
No.
Which we don't.
No, it's not exhausted.
Okay, it's not all suffering like
It's not even
but
most. There's some.
No,
Like
it's mostly.
you're exaggerating it. For most creatures in the universe, there is a balance between suffering and fun. And if anyone has
When
too
you
much
say a
suffering,
balance,
if anyone has too much suffering, they off themselves, and that happens. But most creatures,
that's not true.
most creatures in the universe have a good enough life that they don't think about that. So
That's not true.
okay, look, if you don't enjoy your life so much, you can off yourself.
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about in general.
Fine.
I'm
You can
saying
spread the message that, if you don't enjoy your life, then off yourself. Like, fine. I think everyone knows it. You don't have to tell
no.
them.
You're missing the point.
Go on.
We have evolved not to have negative thoughts or to see things as they are. We've evolved such that we are optimistic so that we further our chances of passing on our genes. Imagine if everybody were pessimists and were like, oh, life is hell, life is suffering.
Okay, but that's a given.
Genes would not
That's
procreate.
fine. I don't disagree. That's fine. So what? Yeah. But at this point, right, the desire to be with a woman it evolved. Everything evolved. Our suffering evolved. We evolved to suffer. We evolved to enjoy. That's fine. So that's irrelevant.
Every pleasure and happy feeling you have comes from a place of suffering. It comes from a place of I want this, and it's that want which is what the pain is. It may not be like life-threatening pain, like skinning you alive, but it's still some form of like a unpleasant feeling, unsatisfied, dissatisfaction.
Okay, look.
My luck with
Yeah,
people.
fine. I agree that life, for some people, some of the time life is unbearable. For some people, some of the time life is terrific. For most people, most of the time life is, it's okay. No one in general wants to off themselves in general. So the whole notion that of vegans that we should end the universe because there is suffering, we want to minimize suffering.
No,
Hold on.
Vegans, that's not a vegan.
Hold on.
Vegans don't believe that. No, you're wrong.
Hold on. Vegans say that they want to minimize suffering. So I say to that, hold on. I say to that that's not in general what anyone wants. What we want in general is to balance and have more pleasure than suffering. You can never completely get rid of suffering, probably. But it's not that because there is suffering, it makes sense to destroy, eradicate all life in the universe forever. because suffering, yeah, there is some suffering, but because there is some suffering in my life some of the time, I don't want to eradicate my life. So this notion of vegans that we want to minimize suffering, this equation is incorrect. It's a misstatement.
No, that's incorrect. Vegans want to minimize unjustified suffering. They think certain types of suffering is not justifiable or it's unnecessary. That's their mission, to get rid of that. They agree that there's suffering in life and it builds us, it grows us, and it's not all bad, but they think that the suffering which a lot of animals go through is unjustified or unnecessary. I'm not talking about myself. I'm just quoting them.
Yeah,
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, vegans, they say that they want to minimize the suffering of animals, to which I say that's not a good, that's not what I want to do in my life. I don't want to minimize the suffering of all animals, but rather I want to optimize the life of, I want to optimize my life and optimize the life of every creature around me. It doesn't mean, like, if I wanted to minimize the suffering of my cat, I would kill my cat. That would be the minimization of its suffering. But I don't want to. I don't kill my cat. Why not? Because I don't want to minimize its suffering. Rather, I want to optimize its life. I want to maximize its happiness while minimizing its suffering. And that means I want to take care of it, not kill it.
Can happiness not be defined as a lack of suffering?
No, happiness is more than just a lack of suffering. Like, you can have pleasure. Like, you can imagine pleasure and pain, right? These are two separate feelings. Like, you can have pleasure with pain. You can have only pleasure, only pain, right? You can have, right, a balance of both. They have nothing to do with each other. So in our lives, we try to optimize our lives, meaning we try to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. We don't just try to minimize pain. If I try to,
you say that, in my opinion, when you are satisfied, it just, all you are saying is that
no,
in the current moment you aren't suffering.
No.
You're not upset. You're not
No.
dissatisfied.
No.
But satisfied and dissatisfied are exclusive terms. They're opposites.
There's pain.
Satisfied means feeling complete.
No, there's pain. Hold on. There's pain and there's pleasure. Two separate notions that have nothing to.
Separate.
Okay, I'm telling you how I feel. So you do, and how the brain is wired. There's wiring for pleasure and there's wiring for pain. Wait, did we lose someone? Oh, I don't know. Left.
He hated me.
She didn't hate you. Let me see. Ephraim says, "Oh well, I generally don't prefer discussions where it's not really one-on-one and skewed moderator privileges. I'd prefer if we had a discussion in study archives. If it is inconvenient to have the conversation now because you are preoccupied with one, even if it is boring, we can reschedule." Who's back? Oh, Ephraim. Hi. Can you hear me, Ephraim?
Yes.
Look, we can have a one. I want to have a one-on-one. I mean, Judas is with us, but if anything, he's on your side. He is pro-vegan, but he's not going to be. Unless you want, but in general, we're gonna do one-on-one, me and you. And I'm not going to use any. I never use. In general, certainly one-on-one, I don't use my privilege. Right now, we're here. I mean, I want to promote my server. I want to be on my server as much as possible. But if you don't feel comfortable, we can start having a discussion. If you're uncomfortable, then we'll reschedule or we'll move somewhere else.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we can reschedule.
Oh, you don't want to? You don't want to even give it a shot?
Well, I mean, I'm open to having a conversation. I just would prefer it be in study archives.
Wait, I can't hear you. What? What did you say?
I'm open to having the discussion. I would just prefer it be in study archives.
You have you're echoing, and I cannot understand what you're saying. Can you speak slower?
1 second.
You would prefer the discussion to be in study archives.
Yeah, that's the second part of the sentence. He said there was the first half of that sentence that I couldn't figure out.
I just said I'm open to having the conversation. I would just prefer it be in study archives.
I understand. Let's start here, and you can always at any point tell me that you feel uncomfortable because I'm using my privilege and whatever. So let's start here. Let's see where we go.
Oh.
What?
Would there be any reason why we couldn't do it? I mean, if you said we could reschedule, if that's
well, yeah, but the chances. Let's start now. Let's start here. I'll tell you. Let's say veganism is utter nonsense, right? As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what veganism is. So do you want to define veganism? What?
I can, but I would just want to have this discussion in study archives.
Why?
Because I don't want to. I want it to be one-on-one, but also
you don't want
I
it to be
prefer an environment where
you don't want it to be
I do want it to be one-on-one.
It's one-on-one. It's me and you.
And the other thing that I would like is to prefer us to be in a situation where neither of us have moderator privileges.
Okay. But so in whose room is it going to be?
In general. Or whatever.
So there's going to be other people.
There might be.
No,
but they're not going to be able to talk. Like it's against the rules to interrupt the debate in that sort of.
No, I'm not. No, come on, let's just talk. I'm not going to use any privilege. I'm not going to do anything.
If you want to, we can do it over just regular voice call too.
Why can't we just talk right now? What's the problem? Why can't you just answer the question? What's the definition of veganism? How do you define veganism?
I feel like I just explained my reasons for wanting that environment.
Okay. So you want to have a phone call? Like a one-on-one
we can
call?
do that. Yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So look, it's I don't know what to tell you. It's up to you. Like I'm comfortable here. I don't see the issue. So it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you comfortable with the call or when study opens?
I can barely understand what you're saying. Your audio is like horrendous. You're mumbling. You're not clear.
Okay. Hopefully this is better. I said, are you comfortable going to study archives?
No. I like it's quiet. My server is peaceful and quiet. It's the optimal place to discuss anything. If you don't like it, then
I'm comfortable having a one-on-one Like phone call then? Not like your literal number. I mean, like over Discord.
I'm having a hard time understanding you. Could you speak slower and clearer? What did you say?
I'm saying, could we have a one-on-one call over like the Discord call feature?
I understand. Sure. I mean, you want to call me? Yeah, call me. I'll answer.
Okay.
Okay, Judas. I'll see you later. Okay. This guy doesn't wanna talk here.
Why?
You heard him. He's a vegan. You know. If you can understand vegans, then congratulations. Like,
I think what he made no sense to me.
to me, neither. I try to make sense, but he's a vegan. That's the way it is.
What's wrong with this server?
I don't know. He said he's uncomfortable, unschmumftable, that I have privileges.
It's a peaceful server.
I know. I told him. But he said
You don't even use your mod powers.
I told him. He said he's uncomfortable. He said, I've made my intentions clear. He's one of those. He's an obnoxious leftist, like they all are. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Anyway, I don't see that he's calling. I told him to call me. He's not calling, so we can continue talking.
Be careful for scammers because they can get your contacts by phoning you.
I don't think he's a scammer. I mean,
No, look, why was he so adamant that you joined him on the phone call?
Because there he is. He's calling. I'll text you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey. What's up? So you're a vegan?
Yeah, I am indeed vegan.
You what?
I am indeed vegan.
That's nice. So can you define veganism?
Yeah, I can give you a definition, but I assumed you had your own definition to critique when you said veganism is utter nonsense.
That's because it's undefined. But fine, you can define and we can proceed from there.
Wait, you have a proposition where a term is undefined, and you're saying that term is utter nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
By all you mean by utter nonsense is undefined?
Basically, yeah.
So you're just saying veganism is undefined.
Yeah.
Okay. So wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
Are you just saying your definition of the word is your notion of veganism just doesn't have a definition?
Why don't you give me your definition of veganism and surprise me? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a definition of veganism, and I'll declare you victorious. Just tell me your definition. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you said you had a proposition, which is that right now you're saying it's the equivalent to saying veganism is undefined.
Yes.
Which is you're just saying are you saying all notions of the word are just undefined, or just your particular notion of veganism is undefined?
Of course, my notion. I've heard vegans, I've heard Vegan Gains and Dr. Avi and Ask Yourself and the rest of all the vegans. I've listened to debates. And if you ask me right now to define veganism, I can't. I've given up. Therefore, veganism is undefined. To me.
Oh, doesn't that just means that you don't understand whatever you don't have a notion of the term veganism, like you,
Mm-hmm.
that's all that means to say. And then that's, of course, that's probably true if you just don't have a definition of veganism. I don't think anybody in either of those servers would disagree with that.
Wait, again, you're speaking fast and I'm losing words. You have like a little bit of an echo wherever you're sitting. So please.
Sorry, give me a second. Let me see if I can fix that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is this better?
We'll see. If I miss words, I'll ask you to repeat. Go on. Can you repeat your last statement? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if all you're saying, when you say veganism is utter nonsense, is that you don't have a definition for the word veganism, then nobody in either of those servers, like Ask Yourself or Study Archive, is gonna disagree with that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess that's that then. Your proposition is true. You don't have a definition for veganism.
So you agree that veganism is utter nonsense?
By what you're saying, if I understand that statement, it's the equivalent to saying you don't have a definition. You as in Mr. Slave doesn't have a definition of veganism.
Am I not right? Do you
Yes,
wait? Do you agree or disagree that veganism is utter nonsense?
By the notions of the word,
no.
by the terms that we just defined.
In your mind, is veganism utter nonsense? Yes or no?
By the terms that you just said.
No. In your mind, is veganism utter nonsense? Yes or no?
What do you mean when you say in your mind? Like my
if you never
usage
met
of
me,
those words?
Before you met me, before we had this conversation, if somebody walked up to you and asked you point blank, is veganism utter nonsense? Yes or no? What would you say to them?
I wouldn't even understand. I'd first try to do what I'm doing right now, which is seek understanding by what they mean.
But
when they say utter nonsense, and if that makes sense, then I'd ask them what they mean when they say veganism.
But when
then after they answer those two questions, I'd see if there's a disagreement.
But okay, do you want to give me your definition of veganism?
Why would I do that? That's an entirely separate discussion.
No, your definition of veganism, I claim, is utter nonsense.
Oh, well, okay. Well, then what's the argument for that?
What's your definition?
Like, you shouldn't. You just said. So right now, what you're currently saying,
whatever your definition of veganism is.
Ephraim's definition.
What?
Of veganism.
Wait, what did you say?
Doesn't have a definition. That's what you're saying.
Whatever your definition of veganism, I told you, I've heard Dr. Avi. I've heard Ask Yourself. I've heard Vegan Gains. I've heard Vegan Teacher and Vegan Booty and Vegan and all the vegans. I've heard all of you. I've heard you endlessly. I still don't understand the definition of veganism. That's all I'm saying. So do you want to clarify to me the definition of veganism, or do you refuse to clarify the definition of veganism?
Okay. I can do that, but that's a different conversation, and we have to close off this one.
Let's close off. Let's close
so
off.
under the
Let's undo whatever. Let's start over. So what's your definition of veganism?
Yeah, so just to be clear, closing off that last conversation, all you were saying is that you're unclear.
Yes.
You didn't have a definition of veganism in your head. That's all you were saying.
All I'm saying. Yes. So.
Okay. Well, then, in that case, then nobody would disagree with you on that. Fantastic. Nobody in the right mind would say this person doesn't have a definition in their head.
Fantastic. So let's start over. So do you want to share your definition of veganism?
Sure. It's going to be vague because this is off the top of my head, but it's going to be just granting a worldview that grants human rights to animals, or treats animals as if they have human rights.
That's basically Vegan Gains.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I
fantastic.
assume me and vegan games would agree on a lot of things, probably, but probably disagree on a lot.
No, but that's basically the way he defines veganism. It's applying human
Okay.
rights to animals.
So, do you not understand that definition?
Correct.
Okay, so what part of it aren't you understanding? Maybe I can help.
Yeah, maybe you can help. So, what do you mean? What do you mean by human rights?
It can just be general things like shouldn't murder, shouldn't violate like their bodily autonomy.
Shouldn't let's go with shouldn't murder. So, what do you mean by shouldn't?
I would prefer if you didn't. Yeah. Strong preferences against you doing something like that.
So it's axiomatic.
What do you mean by the term axiomatic?
It's just your preference, right? There's no.
Yeah.
I cannot further investigate. It's a dead end. So your veganism is axiomatic.
Well, it's not veganism. Just my concept of like rights is just probably axiomatic.
But I followed you. I followed your definition down the rabbit hole, and it ended up as just being axiomatic.
Wait, no.
What do you
Okay,
mean?
well,
We can
I'm
start-
saying that you shouldn't murder.
Yeah, but
sentient beings.
But should you said
Sentient beings is axiomatic, but it's not like.
What I didn't. I said should.
It's not like.
Just the word should.
I'm saying you could. I'm saying like murder and like rights and stuff. You could have that and like not believe animals have human rights. That's all I'm trying to say.
I didn't even consider the word murder. I just considered the word should. I asked you to define should, and you said preference, and preference is a dead end. So preference, that's where it ends. It's axiomatic. So your entire definition.
Are you gonna? Okay, so on that though,
Mhm.
that's gonna be a more conversation about like, what do they call it? Objectivism and subjectivism. But like I assume you have some notion of like human rights in your head.
Hold on. I'm just saying that your definition of veganism is an axiom, right? There's no right. We followed it.
I'm not sure if it's.
What do you mean?
An axiom. It's a preference that I have.
Yeah, but you're right.
Not to murder sentient beings.
Can I ask you why is it your preference? Do you have an answer to why it's your preference?
No, is that like all that means by an axiom is that the person doesn't have an explanation that goes deeper than it's their preferences.
I guess. I mean, will you tell me? Can you tell me why it's your preference? Why something is your preference? Can you have an answer to that?
It probably has some combination to do with like biology, the way you're raised, probably some stuff like that.
Well, but I can't accept probably as an answer. So can you tell me why you have preferences?
What do you mean you can't accept? Why can't
I
you
need an
accept probably as
answer? I need yes or no. I mean, I need a concrete answer. Why is it your preference? Why are your preferences the way
when
they
you
are?
say when you say you need it, do you mean like you don't understand what I'm saying when I say probability, or like?
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by probability. Like, why
You don't know? Do you know what a probability is?
Yeah, I know what a probability is, but
Okay.
I don't see how.
So what's unclear about what I'm saying?
I don't understand. Okay, so just give me the answer. So can you, yes or no? Can you explain?
Wait. What was unclear about what I'm saying? You're saying
No,
it's
I'm retracting. I'm going to try a different path. So you
okay.
said
So it is clear what I'm saying.
I'm going to ask you now. I'm trying to understand what you mean by preference.
Don't do that. Is it clear what I was saying when I was talking about probability?
No, but I'm going to ignore it.
Okay, so it's unclear. So what's unclear about it?
Okay, but I'm saying let's ignore it. Well, let's ignore it. I'm not going to follow. I'm not going to investigate that word. Mm-hmm. What?
I mean, if you're trying to understand, like, then you say it's unclear what I'm saying.
I tried.
And you do
I
say you
don't see.
understand what probabilities are.
I do.
Like, I'm trying to understand where the confusion is.
Fine, I tried, and I see we're not getting anywhere with the probability. So for now, I'm going to step back and try to understand preference. Right? I'm just trying to understand your preference. Well, I'm trying to see if preference is axiomatic, or if you think that you can dig deeper and give me an answer to why you have a preference.
I just explained that to you with the probabilities that you said you didn't. Yeah, you're saying that we should retract from that, but I think that's important for you to understand.
So you
don't understand like how probabilities work, or like,
okay,
if that's what your confusion is about, then yeah, that's gonna be important to the conversation if you want to understand.
Mm-hmm.
So what about like me saying it's probably has something to do with the way I was raised, or like genetics? What about that is unclear?
So what is the answer? So what causes your preference? You're saying probably, that means what? There's a certain percent chance, right? So what's the rest of the percent chance?
It's just my intuition that, people's worldviews are influenced by their genetics, and also
what do you mean
how they were raised.
What do you mean worldviews? I'm talking about preference.
Preference. You can swap that with preferences if you want.
Worldviews. Your preference is to like prefer vanilla over chocolate ice cream. That's a preference, right? It's not a worldview.
That is that's a type of preference. Yeah.
Would you say that's a worldview?
No.
Okay, but it's a preference. So preference is not necessarily a worldview.
Sure, but when I said like we're talking about morals here, I assume you didn't just mean I was talking about vanilla ice cream. I assume you thought I was talking about a broader concept than just vanilla ice cream type preferences.
No, I didn't talk about morality. We didn't. I didn't investigate the murder part. I'm just investigating the should. You said should not murder, so I'm just looking at should. So okay. Should, you said, is preference, and preference.
Vegans have preferences against murdering sentient beings for hamburgers.
Why?
Let's say that.
Why?
Like,
why is it your?
Well, for
just
me,
the word preference.
For me, it was
what determines.
For me, it was a logical.
What determines?
For me, it was a logical extension of human rights.
No. Just the word preference. What determines your preference?
Is that okay? So is what determines my preference necessary for you to understand the definition of veganism?
No. What determines? You said the word.
Okay.
Preference.
Well, if that's not necessary, then that's a different. That's not necessary, then that's a red herring, and that's a different conversation.
No. Can you just define the word preference?
No, because it's a red herring. If you said it, it's not relevant to you understanding the definition of veganism.
You're refusing to define the word preference?
Do you not have a notion of what you mean by preference? You just used it earlier when you talked about vanilla ice cream and chocolate ice cream.
But when I say preference, it's an axiom. It's a dead end. So do you agree or disagree that it's a dead end? That it's an axiom, right? You don't have an answer.
For me, it is a dead end.
Okay, so therefore,
maybe it isn't for other people, but sure.
So therefore, your veganism is an axiom.
Wait, no. You're not understanding. My preference against murder in general is an axiom, or like having a concept of rights, or like suffering and well-being, like those things are like axioms, but like the application of it to animals is a logical extension of human rights, because I care about sentient.
Yeah, but
I care about sentient life. I didn't always care about all sentient life.
I understand.
But there were contradictions in my worldview once I
understand, but
when someone like named the trait on me.
Okay, I understand.
But with that being said, like, what part of my original definition of veganism don't you understand? What's unclear about it?
Hold on. So you said it's an extension of an axiom, right? It's just an extension of an axiom,
Okay,
so it's still an axiom.
What what a part of my original definition are you unclear about?
Well, your veganism is an axiom.
What part of my original definition that I gave you are you unclear about?
No, I'm clear that your veganism is just an axiom. Your veganism is an axiom, just like Nazism.
So you're clear. So you're clear on the definition of veganism that I gave.
Yeah.
So you can make so that definition that I gave is not utter nonsense, since you're clear on it.
Sure.
Okay. Well, earlier you had said that that's just the same definition that Vegan Gains gives, and you didn't understand that.
Well, no, I understand.
So now I'm a little confused because it seems like you're contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
So you did understand.
Yeah, I've sure.
Okay, so how did you possibly understand Vegan Gains' definition and then also claim that it's utter nonsense, meaning that it has no definition? That doesn't. What?
I mean, if the definition is that it's an axiom, then to me that's utter nonsense.
The definition isn't that it's an axiom. I gave you the
Excuse me?
definition.
What?
The definition isn't. It's that it's an axiom. The definition is the one that I gave you, which is like a worldview that has the logical extension of human rights.
But human rights,
animals.
Yeah, but we proved that your veganism is axiomatic. We
Yeah,
proved it.
but like you are. Wait, hold up. I don't know what you're about to say, but I gave you the definition, and you're clear on what the definition is. So you agree. You already agreed that the definition of veganism was not utter nonsense. That it didn't have any definition.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so you concede the proposition that veganism is utter nonsense is definitely not true. Someone can definitely make sense of the term.
I mean, if by making sense you mean it's axiomatic.
By making sense, I mean like it's understandable because you said that you understand it.
Okay, I mean, sure.
Okay, well then by that, then the original proposition is definitely false.
Fantastic. Okay, so
cool.
That's it.
If you want to have a different discussion,
I mean,
about,
fine.
Veganism is a moral obligation or something like that.
Look,
sure, I can just run name the trade on you. But
we can do many things, but you understand that your veganism is just an axiom. There's nothing like it's just an axiom. There's nothing to it. There's no depth. There's no like.
Do you just mean that it's like what do you mean that it's just an axiom?
It's just like any other axiom.
Yeah, I mean, well, there are lots of things that are axioms, like don't murder other people.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but like that doesn't make them any less important. So when you say just an axiom, like that's not going to mean anything to a lot of people.
They're all important and unimportant the same. Your veganism.
Do you have an axiom that it's not okay to murder people?
No.
No.
But I'm not going around claiming that I have some moral high ground over anyone else.
Well, I mean, I do think I have moral high ground over people who think it's okay to murder other people.
Go ahead, I'm listening. What's like? It's just you agree that it's just an axiom. So how do you have a moral high ground?
When you say just an axiom, it's like, is there a reductio to me having preferences? Like,
what do you mean by reductio?
Reductio is like it's something absurd. From accepting a worldview where it's like bad to murder people.
What do you mean by absurd? What is that?
Like most people would reject that view because it's like so crazy or wild.
Why do most people play a role in this discussion?
Because you're using the word just as to sort of like trivialize the worldview, and I don't understand like why you're doing that.
Why are other people coming into this discussion? I don't follow.
You asked me what a reductio was.
Yeah,
and I was trying to figure out my intuition was that you had some sort of reductio because you were saying, oh, it's just an axiom. I'm like, okay, well, does he have like some view that like most people would reject this view of like?
Why are you bringing? Okay, so
it's my intuition that if you're using a word just to like say it's like something trivial, that you would have like a reason behind that, and it being a reductio ad absurdum was one of those intuitions that you could use to justify using the word it's just an axiom in this situation.
Could you answer the question?
It didn't have to be that. I was just asking, and you confirmed that it's not that. So
could you just okay, I don't know what you said. I don't care during this conversation. I don't care about other people. It's me and you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So
I just said that.
You feel that vegans have a moral high ground?
Yeah.
But veganism is just an axiom.
Okay, what do you mean when you say moral high ground?
I don't know. You feel right.
Wait, okay. Oh my God. So you don't. Why do you keep asking questions and you don't know the meaning of the like words in the question that you're asking?
Go on. I'm listening.
Yeah, you just said, do you think vegans have a moral high ground? And then I'm like, yes. And then I ask you, what did you mean when you said moral high ground? And then you said, well, I don't know what I meant by the word moral high ground. I'm like, why did you ask the question if you didn't know the words that you were using in the question?
I know the definition of the words. I'm not saying I don't know the definition.
Okay, so what did you mean when you asked me moral high ground? Like, what does that word mean to you?
Well, it means to me, by the dictionary, what it says in the dictionary. Right?
Okay, so what is the dictionary that you're using? Say?
Whatever, the dictionary. With the dictionary.
Yeah, what does the dictionary that you're using say? What is the meaning?
The same, as any other dictionary. What is it,
Yeah, I don't know of a dictionary that holds the term moral high ground in it, but like, what does yours say?
Well, the word moral and high ground, the word moral and high and ground are well defined.
Just define the word. It doesn't have to be like exact. Just give me some notion of what you're saying.
Moral, like the word morality. You want to open a dictionary and read morality?
No, I'm asking you for a notion of the term moral high ground.
I'll open a dictionary and we can read it. What's I don't understand the question.
Sure. Let me know when you find it.
What do you mean? What's the purpose?
I'm trying to understand the meaning of your question so I can give you an accurate answer, but it's not even clear that you have a notion of what you're talking about. Like, you're asking questions and you don't know the meaning of the words in your question.
I don't. So you feel I don't know the meaning of moral high ground?
Yes, because I've asked you repeat. I'm going to ask you like 3 times to just give me a definition.
I told you we can.
So what did you mean when you said moral high ground?
You want me the same as what everyone else.
Okay, I'm asking it a second time. What did you mean when you said moral high ground? Anything that is not like your definition is going to be a dodge.
What do you mean dodge?
Dodge isn't dodging the question, like you're not answering the question. So what did you mean when you said moral high ground?
Look, what do you mean? So every time
that's dodge number 2. That's dodge number 2. What did you mean when you said moral high ground?
Okay, but you're not letting me speak.
Okay, another dodge. What did you mean when you said moral high ground?
So you're not letting me speak? You're gonna just shut me up?
All right, this is the final ask. I will let you speak. You can speak. Just answer the question. But what did you mean when you said the word?
No, I need to be able to speak freely. What kind of a discussion are we having? Are you gonna let me speak freely, or what's going on?
You're gonna give a definition of the word moral high ground?
I'll decide. Whatever. I don't know. I'll do whatever.
You don't know that you don't know?
Correct.
You're unaware of your intention?
Correct. I haven't decided. What do you want to do? Do you want to stop the conversation? That's it? You done?
I'm not sure what proposition we're even discussing here. Like, if you want to do,
we can look. The most important thing is that we have a discussion, that you don't like not let me speak freely. Like, you can leave.
I'm not muting you. I'm letting you speak freely. I'm not forcing you to do anything. So far, what's happened is you said that you had a proposition that veganism is utter nonsense. And then when pressed on it, you were like, well, actually, all I mean by utter nonsense is that I personally don't have a definition for it. And then I give you my definition, and then we establish that you made sense of the word. So on the standard notion of the sentence, veganism is utter nonsense, that was not true. And you already understood it because you listened to Vegan Game Stuff and you said it was the same definition. And so, like, as far as I'm concerned, you've joined this conversation and then rolled back everything that you've said thus far.
Okay. With that's behind us, and then I asked you if you feel that that veganism has the moral high ground. You said definitely, and then you
Yes.
and then you asked me
On my notions of the term veganism and moral high ground. But and then I asked you, like, what you mean by the term moral high ground, and then you've just consistently just dodged the question, refusing to give an answer for your definition, or even a vague definition. Doesn't have to be precise of what you mean when you say moral high ground. You're very, very evasive. Like, you just don't want to answer questions.
Okay. Well, I don't.
So that's where we are in the conversation right now.
Right. I don't have, in general, I don't have a problem answering questions and answering definitions and defining terms if I feel like we have.
We did. You do, because I just asked you a question 3 times and you just refused to.
Well, look, you're not letting me finish sentences. So you need to let me finish sentences. It's going to be very difficult to have a conversation. You don't have to have this conversation. I'm not here to to do any gotchas or to get you upset or to become upset. I want to.
Oh yeah, I'm not upset. I'm just like, what are we even discussing at this point? Like, is there a proposition you want to defend? Is there a proposition that you believe I hold that you think is incorrect?
Whatever we do, I prefer if you let me finish sentences. Otherwise,
I mean, if you say something that mischaracterizes my view, or I think is unhelpful, sometimes I think interruptions can be useful.
Yeah.
If you want to have like one of those debates where you get 5 minutes and then I get 5 minutes, then like go schedule that somewhere else because yeah, I don't do those types of things.
No, what I mean is I always let you finish all your sentences, and you hardly ever let me finish any of my sentences.
Okay, well, I usually stay on topic and you don't. So
okay. Look, again, so if you want to have a conversation, I'll gladly have a conversation, but you don't have to. But if we do have a conversation, I need you to stop cutting me off all the time. That's all. Like, let me finish some of the sentences some of the times, That's all I'm asking for. So
you can finish some of the sentences some of the time. But as for like conversations, we've had multiple, and you just, again, I already recapped the discussion, so I won't do it again. But is there any proposition that you think that I hold that is false?
Right,
or that you, or do you have a proposition to bring?
I mean, I'm trying. Like, does veganism have the moral high ground, for example? Right.
Okay. Do you think that proposition is false?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a proposition that says veganism does not have the moral high ground.
Let's go with the positive. Veganism has the moral high ground. I think that's false.
Is that okay.
So you think it's true? Yes?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Fine. But you agree from the previous conversation.
By veganism, I mean that the logical extension of human rights to animals. And then for moral high ground, what I mean by that,
I didn't ask.
Is that
I didn't ask though.
Okay. Okay, so you have your own notion of moral high ground that you're going to bring.
No.
And your own notion of veganism that you're going to bring.
No. What I'm saying is that we already agreed that your veganism is axiomatic.
Okay, so why is the axiom false?
Well,
Or
axiom,
the proposition? Wait, hold up. Why is the proposition that vegans or veganism has the moral high ground? Why is that false?
I mean, if veganism is just an axiom, then how can you say that an axiom has a moral high ground? How could that ever be true?
Yeah, all I mean when I say that sentence is that it's a moral obligation for most people to go vegan.
Okay, but veganism is an axiom.
That's all I mean by moral high ground.
Fine.
I think it's a moral obligation for most people on their own worldviews to go vegan, for them to be consistent.
Fine, but it's just an axiom, right? Veganism is just an axiom.
Yeah. Okay. So on that notion, do you think it's do you think it's like not a moral obligation for most people to go vegan to be consistent with their own worldview?
I'm not a vegan. I'm consistent with my moral worldview. So obviously, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's an
I don't. If you're a carnist, like pure carnist, and you bite some severe bullets, then I would be convinced of that. But I can test if that's true just by running Name the Trait on you. Like, what's the trait? I'm assuming you know what Name the Trait. Like, what's the trait that, if lacking in a human being, would allow you to put them in a gas chamber or subject them to the same experiences that farm animals receive?
Well, name the trait. Right. Name.
Are you about to dodge the question? Are you about to dodge the question?
Why do you cut me off as I'm trying to answer your question? Why do you do that? I never, ever in this entire conversation, even once, cut you off.
Because you keep dodging. I don't dodge your questions. That's what. I don't have an axiom like you do of never interrupting when sometimes it's important to interrupt. Like when someone's going on a tangent or they're not going to answer the question.
Okay.
But yeah, sometimes I'll let you finish if I feel like you're staying on topic and you're answering the question. You're like contributing.
I'm trying
in a good way to the conversation.
I'm trying to answer your question about Name the Trait.
Yeah, so is there a trait? And if so, or list of traits? And if so, what are they? And the answer should probably be yes or no. And then the traits, or like they're gonna be no traits. So
okay,
go for it.
I've made many videos about why Name the Trait doesn't make any sense. So let me try and explain to you the problem with Name the Trait. So Name the Trait assumes that I have a choice if to eat a human or not.
No, it doesn't.
You're
Where's
saying
that assumed?
You're saying name the trait that will allow me to eat a human, right? That's basically what you're saying by name the trait.
Allow you to eat a human?
Okay, then okay.
What do you mean, like physically?
I don't
morally, like it goes against.
Look, name the right. What is name the trait? Like, why am I not eating a human? Name the trait that distinguishes an animal from a human, right? That if an animal had this trait, that if a human had this trait, I would eat the human, right? That's what name the trait is, if I understand it correctly.
Well, no. Sometimes people just bite the bullet and say, "I will eat humans," or they will eat humans and they will eat animals, or some people say that they'll eat neither. So it doesn't obligate you to either one.
No. The question, name the trait, right? If we explicate the name the trait completely to a full sentence, it's name the trait that if a human had the same as the animal, then I would eat the human, right? That is
it's name the trait that if lacking in a given farm animal that you deem doesn't have moral value or has reduced moral value to where it's okay to pay to kill it and eat it for a hamburger, that you would allow that to happen. Name the trait that, if lacking in a farm animal, that if lacking in a human would allow you to do that to a human or pay to have that done to a human.
Or in short, name the trait that distinguishes an animal from a human, that causes you to, yes, eat the animal, but no, eat the human. Name the trait, name that distinction or distinctions. Like, what needs to happen to a human in order for me to start eating it? The same as I eat an animal, right? Right, you're trying to ask me, when will I eat a human, right? I eat animals, all right, but I don't eat humans.
Well, it might not even be a human. It might like be some
fine
alien.
Okay, but let's go with a human. Let's go with a human, right? I eat animals, but I don't eat humans, and you're wondering why.
Is that true? Yes, you do eat animals.
Yes, I eat animals all the time.
You pay. So you pay for animal products.
Yes. I'm a
Okay.
proud.
Do you think it's okay to pay for animal products?
It's not. See, this is the problem. So when you say you think it's okay, so if I ask you to define okay,
do you think it's morally neutral, morally good, or
what? So,
negative?
Okay, then define moral. Define morally.
So you can do it on your own notions at the time.
What?
Does it go against your preferences?
Well, define preference, which we did. It's axiomatic. So, right, you're asking me an axiom. Is it my axiom to eat animals? Yes, it's my axiom to eat animals. But it's not even.
Okay.
But it's. I wouldn't even say that it's my axiom. So the way I view the universe is that I live.
Hold on. All right. Hold on. Let's try this.
Yeah.
Is it
Mhm.
is it bad to like murder innocent children?
We're not going to discuss children.
Hey, whoa. Is it bad to murder innocent children?
We're not.
This would be a pretty easy answer.
We're not discussing that. I don't go.
Why?
Because I am all too familiar with vegans and your reductio ad absurdum. How you you want to kill children. Yeah, I've had enough of those. So we're not.
No, I'm not saying you think. I'm not saying you think it's okay to do that.
I don't care.
Asking you if you think it's okay
We're
to do
not
that.
bringing up children in this discussion.
All right. I'm just saying it's a little sus that you won't answer that question.
Well, you can always quit the conversation. The door is open. So we're not talking about children. So you can ask your question without children.
Okay. Do you think it's if someone wanted to murder all black people, do you think that would be okay?
We're not talking about black people.
Okay. Well, if someone wanted to murder all white people, do you think that would be okay?
We're not talking about people. So we can, if you want to discuss.
We're not talking about people now?
Yeah.
We're excluding being able to talk about people from the conversation?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I know.
That's hilarious.
I know. It's so funny. So we're gonna talk.
Dudes, I don't even understand how to have the conversation now. You're just
Yeah, I
incapable of
know.
even talking about people. You can't even engage with hypotheticals.
Yeah, I know. If you want to discuss a crime, we can discuss.
Why are you talking like a Russian porn star?
Okay, stop. So okay. Look, so we live in a society, and society determines the moral.
Congratulations, you've stumbled upon the ultimate philosophy truth. We live in a society.
So I don't determine what is okay and what is not okay. So I live in a society. We all do. We all behave.
Is that the trait?
What?
Is that the trait?
What? Is that the
Is
trait?
that the trait right there? Society says it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Right? We all do what society says we're allowed to do. So there is no. I mean, there's no trait that's going to convince me to eat a human, because society will put me in jail and maybe even execute me if I eat a human.
Oh, say they wouldn't do that. See, I just hand waved that away.
Well, we all do what society says. So
yeah, I'm just saying society didn't say that. Like, say you lived in a society that didn't say that.
It's not about me. It's about you. It's about all of us.
Well, yeah, I'm not even asking about me. What are you talking about?
So the answer is we all.
Name the trait isn't about me. It's about you.
So I'm saying that
it's a logical consistency test on you, my guy.
So I'm telling you that it's not.
You're telling me what name the trait is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, my version of name the trait is actually about you.
Well, but I'm explaining.
Yeah, well,
to you.
there you go. I've simply adapted it to be about you now instead of me.
Well, but okay, fine. But I'm explaining it the way I'm explaining it is. It has nothing to do with me. It's not my choice. I don't choose how to behave. I live in a society.
You don't choose how to behave?
No.
No?
No. Neither do you. None of us. We're told how to behave by society.
So every time you choose not to murder a child, it's because society told you so. Not because you think it's wrong. It's because society told you so.
We're not going to discuss. We're not going to discuss.
Well, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's just I'm glad you agree with that. What I just said.
We're not bringing that up.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just we don't have to talk about the fact that you think it's not wrong to murder children.
There you go. You're like a normal vegan with your reductio ad absurdum. This guy's absurd. The only reason you don't murder children is because society says you're not allowed to murder.
No, I think it's wrong to murder children. Actually,
no, you don't.
I would be the staunch child defender.
No, you wouldn't.
If society was like, it's okay to murder children now, I'd be like, nah, that's not good.
No,
you shouldn't do that.
That's not
Don't do
true.
that.
That's not true.
Yeah, I do that.
Okay, you're lying.
Hey, don't project your non-children defending tendencies onto me. Okay, don't project that. Just because
yes, I will.
These moral views doesn't mean that I have to have them.
You're the same as me. You're the same as all of us. You live.
Oh, well, what's the argument for that? Do you have an argument for that?
We're no different. We're all the same.
Do you have an argument for that?
That we're all the same?
That I have to do whatever society tells me to do.
You think? What do you mean? We there's a legal
that I have to morally agree with whatever society says. Do you have an argument for that?
What do you mean? They put you in jail if you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's the argument? Do you not know what an argument is?
Okay, please stop making fun of me. Now let's
okay.
Answer the question.
So I will continue to make fun of you as long as you say dumb shit.
Okay, that's your choice. I asked you not to, but you can do whatever. You're a free person.
Thank you for acknowledging my American freedom.
Look, we're the same, and I'm saying that we all behave the way we behave because society tells us how to behave. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do.
Yeah, society actually told me to go vegan. That's why I did.
But in general, society doesn't tell us to go.
Oh, in general, I guess there are exceptions then. Well,
I mean, within societal norms, you have.
It's in society. Is it? Do you live in America?
It doesn't matter.
In the country that you live in, are people gonna come after you? Is it not a societal norm for just a person to be vegan?
There's a little bit of a, some people are vegans.
Is there vegan genocide going on there? Some people are vegans. Okay, then you can become vegan. So that's not going to be a trait then.
I'm not saying I can. Nothing's stopping me from becoming vegan. I'm just saying within.
Okay, so what's the trait that if lacking in a human being would allow you to eat the human being or pay to have the human being killed?
Society doesn't allow us to eat humans. If we eat humans, we get executed. Society,
okay, so assume. Okay, cool. Well, say if you lived in a society where they said eating human beings was cool, you'd be okay with that?
The answer, you can infer the answer. We do whatever society says.
Well, hold on, is the answer yes or no? Is the answer yes or no?
No, I can't.
Okay, so the answer is no. You wouldn't be okay with that. Well, now
so
you
I'll answer
contradicted
about
yourself.
you. You do what society
You're in
says.
you're in a contradiction. I know. Do you want me to spell out what the contradiction is?
No, I told you the problem. I'm not going to. You want to get a soundbite, and I know the ways of vegans. How you try to make fun of your opponents.
I had to get a sound. This whole 49-minute conversation is a soundbite. Okay.
Yes, that I know.
Yes.
That's all that veganism is. Veganism is, it's nothing but a soundbite.
I will make sure to post the entire discussion. It does not matter. Like. If you're just gonna do whatever society tells you to do, and that's the trait, just like society deems it wrong to kill humans and it doesn't deem it wrong to eat meat, well then yeah, that's gonna be a trait. The reductio is just that you'd be okay with eating humans in a society that said that's okay.
The reductio, there's no reductio.
That's just the reductio.
There's no reductio because I'm talking about me and you. We're the same.
No, that is a reductio. The reason why that's reductio is because most people, I'd imagine, would say like, if a society said it was wrong to like slit people's throats and like Holocaust them for hamburgers, or sorry, if they said it was okay to do that, that would be horrifying. That would be bad. We shouldn't do that.
Yeah, but what most people...
that's why it's a reductio.
Yeah, but that's a logical fallacy.
So. They think Janus. What's the logical fallacy? Can you name it?
Yeah, it's appeal to popularity. So what most people do or say is irrelevant in a debate.
Well, hold up. I'm not saying that's why you should accept it. I'm saying that's why it's ad absurdum.
Well, it's irrelevant to our discussion. It has no impact, right? You're trying to convince me. We're trying to convince each other.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just trying to be clear on your view. And I'm clear that your view says that if society said it was okay to do a certain action, then you deem it okay to do it.
No, I said we all do it. You and me, we're the same.
Yeah, it's so you being one of those people.
And you too.
You're just saying everybody would do this. If society said it was okay to genocide other human beings or hamburgers,
we're not.
You would be like, yes, it is okay to genocide human beings for hamburgers.
Yeah, you would.
Yes, I'm not trying to say there's anything inconsistent about that. You're entirely consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just have radically different views than me, and I think you're a coward. That's it. You're consistent. There's nothing logically wrong with what you're saying. It's just it just diverges from what I think of me and most people would have to say about that.
Okay, we're in a debate, right? We're trying to convince each other, right?
Nope, not necessarily.
So what's the purpose of a debate?
Sometimes the purpose of a debate. Sometimes I might have different purposes depending on who I'm talking to and what the conversation is.
Okay. So besides trying to convince, what else is the purpose?
To establish whether a certain proposition is true. It can be to discuss whether it's just to understand what somebody is saying. It can be for pleasure, for pain. You can have a discussion for any reason you want to.
Okay. So have I convinced you that veganism does not have the moral high ground?
I'm not even clear what you meant by your original usage, but on my usage of the term, I'm still very crystal clear that veganism has the moral high ground as the only person, the person defending that veganism doesn't have the moral high ground is saying it's okay to genocide children, humans, if society says it's okay. So yeah, I think I'm actually further entrenched in my view that veganism does have the moral high ground.
Okay, define, but moral is just an axiom, right?
Moral was just an axiom.
So your moral high ground. So your proposition is just an axiom. So there's no truth.
My proposition is just an axiom.
Right. So there's no truth and false in axioms. That you can either accept or reject them. It's just the same.
Do you think it's it can be true or false whether Ephraim has a preference against genociding human beings?
If preference is an axiom,
that proposition is true, isn't it?
If a proposition is an axiom,
I think you need to spend some more time in debate servers before you say dumb stuff like that. Because like it's kind of embarrassing, like the stuff that you're saying and the stuff that you've committed yourself to.
Okay, let me just finish a second.
Like we've had almost 4 different conversations about different propositions now, and you've rolled back on like almost all of them, and now we're at the point where you're like, genocide is okay if the society says it is.
Okay, can I finish a sentence, please? So if a proposition is nothing but an axiom, then truth and false are not values that you can apply to the proposition.
Do you have an argument for that?
You can apply true and false to an axiom?
Do you have an argument?
What do you mean an argument? This is like there's no, you cannot argue for the definition of an axiom. It's like you either agree or disagree. Can you apply true and false to values to an axiom?
If all you're asking is that, like, can it be true or false that Ephraim believes that it's wrong to murder?
No, I'm saying
like,
in general.
It's true that it's wrong.
No.
Do you mean, are you asking me like the is-ought gap? Is that what you're asking me about right now? Like,
No. I'm saying, can you apply true and false values to an axiom? Can you say an axiom is true?
is it true that you shouldn't murder other people?
No. Can you say that an axiom?
Okay, can I have murdering other people is wrong be an axiom? Can that be an axiom?
Anything can be an axiom.
Okay.
You can invent.
So can the proposition murdering other people is wrong be true or false?
If it's an axiom, you tell me.
Hold up. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Can an axiom be true?
Can the proposition murdering people is wrong be true or false?
No.
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 Okay. Well, I think it's true.
No, you don't. Because if it's an axiom, then true and false cannot hold. Right? An axiom is, there's no truth and false in an axiom. It's either you accept it or you reject it, and it's arbitrary.
Okay, maybe we can have a separate conversation about whether axioms can be like true or false or not.
What do you mean?
Because honestly, that's honestly not even a conversation that I'm prepared for. I'll just claim agnosticism on can axioms be true or false or not. But as for the other things, like that, I'm crystal clear on. Like it's wrong to do genocides on children.
No, if your proposition is,
I'm crystal clear on.
No,
and that veganism has the moral high ground. It's purely on that basis alone.
No, if your
I'm still clear. I'm clear on that.
No, if your proposition is an axiom, then true and false cannot apply. And we cannot even debate. If you agree that your proposition is an axiom, then you cannot even debate it. It's either you accept it or not. That's what an axiom is. It's not up for debate. It's
Yeah, well, hold up. Yes, I can, because I can give arguments for why rejecting the axiom leads to catastrophic conclusions that you would reject, such as saying that it's okay to genocide children if society says it's okay. And if, like, yeah, I can just do it that way, and then I can have an argument about it.
Okay, but I don't.
And that's what just happened. That's what name the trait does. It.
Look, so if your proposition is an axiom, then you cannot debate an axiom. You can either accept or reject it. That's it.
Yes. Okay. What do you? Yes. You can. You can debate an axiom.
But an axiom is like the foundation. It's like the ground zero on which you build a system, a logical system. And an axiom is where you start from. You say, okay, given.
Okay. If veganism can fall upon an axiom, which I'm not even sure if it does.
If veganism can what? Fall upon? Be constructed on?
Honestly, on axioms, we can have a separate conversation about that.
What do you mean? Every system, every logical
No.
system.
Okay, wait. Pause. On axioms, we can have a separate conversation about, like, do axioms have truth value, or like stuff about that.
That is the
purely on name the trait. Name the trait.
But
because I want to close off that conversation.
But our conversation.
The bullet that you bit was that it's going to be okay on your worldview to genocide children if the society in which the person lives deems it okay. I disagree with that proposition. That's just a reductio, and name the trait works in that case. So I'm clear on your worldview, and you seem to be clear on mine. Do you think I've mischaracterized your view?
I don't even know what the last couple of seconds were. Like we were in the middle of a discussion about.
Have I mischaracterized your view?
Okay, you asked me that, and I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to reply freely, so you keep interrupting.
Yes. Well, yeah, you can reply freely. Just say yes or no, and then continue.
I wasn't listening to your. I was trying to follow your last couple of sentences.
Oh, okay. Well, so you're incapable of answering because you didn't listen to that last part, and so I'll re-explain it so you can answer the question.
We were in the
middle. Thing that I asked you was, have I mischaracterized your view? And your view being that it is okay on your worldview to genocide children if the society in which one lives, or world which one lives, deems it okay to do so.
Okay.
Have I mischaracterized your view?
Right, but okay is right. Its preference is just an axiom.
Have I mischaracterized your view?
We were in the middle of a discussion.
Have I mischaracterized your view?
But we were in. You abandoned.
I'm okay with going with that conversation that you want to have. I just want to close off this conversation. I just want to close off another conversation that we're having because they're blending. Okay.
What?
So have I mischaracterized your view?
Well, I don't even know what you mean. What do you mean?
Do you hold that? So when I say Mr. Slave does believe that it's okay to genocide children if the society deems it okay to do so, would you say that's a true or false statement? That you believe that? You can also be agnostic on it too. That's an option.
Okay, so look, we were in the middle of a conversation.
Okay, I can type it out. I can type it out for you since you're
Why are you?
You're struggling to understand me. I'm gonna type it out in the chat.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to respond to your questions, to your gotchas.
Oh, okay. So you are dodging them. So just say you're gonna dodge.
I am
don't
going to dodge.
Pretend you're gonna answer the question.
No, I don't. In general, I dodge gotchas and genocide.
Wait. It's not a gotcha. It's not a gotcha question.
Okay, I feel like look,
gotchas kind of trap you. Gotchas kind of trap you. You could just say no. You could just say it's wrong to genocide children.
Efren, it's fine. Efren, it's fine. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'll make sure to tag you in the video.
Thank you.
Do you have a YouTube channel that I should leave in the description?
Mr. Slave.
Cool. If you want to debate Avi or ask yourself, you know the requirement. Just like give them an actual proposition that's like makes any sense. With premises and a conclusion. I'm sure they'll have that conversation with you. But until then, don't expect him to. I wouldn't expect him to engage with you because it'd be a waste of time. And honestly, just besides pure fun for me, this was also like a waste of time. So yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. And also, if you ever have like a proposition or an argument to give for something, same goes with me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm. Are you waiting in here for something?
No, you can disconnect anytime. Feel free to disconnect.
Oh, peace.
Peace. Okay, wow. So let's have some final thoughts on debating vegans. I cannot imagine that they feel that they have the moral high ground. How can you feel that you have the moral high ground while in a debate you don't let the other guy speak freely? You keep using appeal to emotions and appeal to genocide and genocide children and reductio ad absurdum, and most people would agree. And you agree that your proposition is just an axiom, and I'm cornering you, right? You agree that you cannot apply true and false, and he refuses to admit. He wants to have a separate conversation about the nature of an axiom, and then you agree that you just want to genocide children. Okay, that's all they have, just sound bites. You agree that you want to genocide children. If society told you to genocide children, you would genocide children. Okay, that's it. They that's all they want. They just want to get a sound bite So these people actually believe that they have the moral high ground. I cannot imagine that. So I don't understand. Anyway, like sometimes it's a little bit more lively to debate a vegan if they actually let you speak a little bit. But this guy who kept hogging the mic, which is a problem. All right, I don't know if I enjoyed it so much. It was very, very frustrating to talk to someone who doesn't let you talk and tries to get you in gotchas. You believe in genociding children, genociding children, genociding children, genociding children. Okay, so he just wants to get the soundbite that you genocide children. All right, I don't know. I don't know. If you enjoyed it, fantastic. I didn't really enjoy it, but it's whatever. Let me just modify the name. Chilling. So debating a. What kind of a vegan is it? A vegan debating a vegan. What do you call it? Spoiler. He did not let me speak. Yeah, basically. All right, that's it. Maybe I'll be back later. Bye.